Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Netanyahu calls for peace talks between Israel and Lebanon, including the disarmament of Hezbollah. It follows the biggest day of strikes on Lebanon, which killed more than 250 people. And the US and Iranian delegations prepared to meet in Islamabad for the first round of peace talks. Trump says the shooting will start if an agreement is not met. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has instructed his cabinet to begin peace talks with Lebanon, which would include the disarming of Hezbollah. In a statement, Netanyahu said, in light of Lebanon's repeated request to open direct negotiations with Israel, I instructed the cabinet yesterday to start direct negotiations with Lebanon as soon as possible. The negotiations will focus on disarming Hezbollah and establishing peaceful relations between Israel and Lebanon. Iran earlier said its fingers remain on the trigger if Israel continued to strike Lebanon, labeling it a violation of the US-Iran ceasefire, continued to bomb more targets in Lebanon on Thursday, putting the temporary ceasefire arrangement under further strain. Iranian negotiators are expected in Pakistan for the first round of peace talks, meeting US Vice President J.D. Vance on Saturday. Lebanon has declared a national day of mourning after at least 182 people were killed and almost 900 injured on Wednesday, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. Take a listen to what locals have had to say. I'm afraid we don't appear to have that clip at the moment, but let's go live to Beirut now to speak to Professor of Geopolitics, retired Brigadier General Khalid Hailou. Brigadier General, thank you so much for joining me. Good evening. Israel is launching fresh strikes on Lebanon after huge attacks yesterday, which killed more than 250 people, according to reports. Can you describe what life is like in Beirut currently?
Yes. Well, let me first go to the strike by itself. Well, it was a huge and the largest since the beginning of hostilities 1 month ago. And we got used to strikes, but not as huge as this one. Usually, Israel warns the citizens in order to leave the area that they intend to strike. But when it comes to assassination or targeted assassination of Hezbollah operatives, there's no warning. And usually, it was happening nearly on a daily basis, 1 or 2 strikes or 2 killings, 2 targeted killings. But this time, it was 100 targeted killings at a time. And the problem is that these targeted people were inside the city of Beirut, crowded with people, with the citizens, with peaceful inhabitants, and a lot of children and women have been killed. In one hospital, they received 14 children, 7 were killed, and 7 others were seriously wounded. So people in Beirut now are very concerned about these strikes because this is the first time that the strikes go outside the southern suburbs of Beirut, where the Hezbollah stronghold are usually struck. But in Beirut, in the city of Beirut itself, this city usually doesn't support Hezbollah, and most of the people there are hostile to Hezbollah. But Hezbollah fled their area, and they are either hiding or concealing themselves and using the citizens as human shields. And this is why we got this number of people killed. We don't know who is Hezbollah among the killed persons and who are the civilians. We have no names till now. But on the other side, the Lebanese government, at last, will start negotiations with Israel for peace negotiations. We already had peace negotiations with Israel in 1982, yes, and then in the 90s. And every time it was Iran behind Hezbollah that was undermining these negotiations. It is the aim of the Lebanese people to live peacefully in an area, in a region in the Middle East where most of the Arab countries are now in peace with Israel, or at least a cessation of war, cessation of hostilities, a permanent cessation of hostilities. The last Arab-Israeli war was in 1973, and the last Palestinian-Israeli war, regular war, was in 1982. I'm not including the small wars in the West Bank or the wars in Gaza. These are inside between Israel and the Palestinian Authority and Hamas.
General, sorry, just to interject there, we have some news coming through that direct negotiations between Israel and Lebanon will begin next week. Is this welcome news to you? And do you think that Israel will stop bombarding Lebanon now that they've made this agreement to have these talks?
No, the Israelis have been clear that the negotiations will be carried out under fire. They did not accept the ceasefire. And Benjamin Netanyahu gave a statement a few moments ago that he gave instructions to his government to negotiate with Lebanon, but the Israeli officials are making clear that the hostilities will not stop. And the Lebanese president, is heading to Washington in the next few days. And unfortunately, the level of the negotiations are not as we hoped for. The negotiator in the Israeli side will be the Israeli ambassador in Washington, and not the person that has been appointed by Netanyahu initially. Mm-hmm. So this level of negotiations is fine, is good as a beginning, but we need to have a higher level negotiations. And the problem is not the ceasefire only, but there is another problem. The other concern inside Lebanon is that Hezbollah may undermine these negotiations, because Hezbollah, till now, all the statements we are hearing from Hezbollah are that they don't want any negotiations with Israel for the time being, and they are linking themselves to Iran. There is another question to be raised. Iran will be on the negotiating table tomorrow with Washington in Islamabad. Is Lebanon on the table? I really don't know. The official statement of Lebanon is that Lebanon will negotiate for himself, and not anyone is allowed to negotiate on behalf of Lebanon, especially that the Iranians are including Lebanon in the ceasefire. So they are appointing themselves as tutors of Lebanon, and this has been refused officially by the Lebanese government. The Prime Minister had a statement about that, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs as well. So we have a huge hope in these negotiations in order to go forward at last for a peace treaty with Israel.
And also, we did hear from some European leaders who have been speaking today. The top EU diplomat, Kaja Kallas, has been speaking. She says the US-Iran truce should extend to Lebanon. We've also been hearing from the German Chancellor, that's Friedrich Merz. He's saying he's extremely concerned about the situation in Lebanon, and Israel could undermine the negotiations due to its bombardment of Lebanon. Do you think enough countries are coming to Lebanon's aid to help at the moment to stop the situation?
Well, I have two levels of approach here. The first one is the negotiations in Islamabad. If the Iranians are really serious about their own ceasefire, they should go to the negotiations. But if, as they are stating, that they will not negotiate or will not freely open the Hormuz Strait if Lebanon is under fire, that means that they are supporting Hezbollah without limits, and this could undermine the peace negotiations with Israel, because Iran and Israel till now are not heading for any direct negotiations or any direct peace. The Iranian statements are always hostile to any peace between Arabs and Israel or between Iran and Israel. So this is the first approach. The second approach, of course, the Europeans and Germans are concerned about what's going on in Lebanon. But unfortunately, we know very well that they lack of leverage over Israel or over Hezbollah in order to stop this war. The only country that could press Israel or have a leverage over Israel is the United States. And the only country that could, let's say, have a leverage on Hezbollah is Iran. So these are the right addresses that could stop the war in Lebanon, not the Europeans. But any initiative that come from the Europeans is welcomed in Lebanon. We have very good relationships with Germany and with all the European Union countries.
Retired Brigadier General Khalid Eilu, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time with me. Stay safe, and I appreciate your analysis.
Welcome.
Let's continue this conversation now with Quirky Amin, Humanitarian Affairs Coordinator at ICRC. Thank you so much for joining me at such a difficult time. The ICRC says it's outraged by deadly strikes in these densely populated areas across Lebanon. If you would, could you just describe the situation on the ground as Israel military continues to strike Lebanon and issues another evacuation order for Beirut's southern suburbs?
Thank you for having me with you this evening. So let me start by giving you an overview of what we saw yesterday after the airstrikes that took place and covered areas all over Lebanon, starting from the south to central Beirut, the southern suburb of Beirut, Mount Lebanon, and Bekaa. Yesterday, the predominating sound in the streets of Beirut was that of the sirens of ambulances trying to evacuate the wounded and the injured as a result of the airstrikes. As per the latest numbers of the Ministry of Public Health, more than 200 people have been killed as a result of these airstrikes. Over 1,000 have been injured, and many are still unaccounted for. Some are missing, others are still under the rubble as search and rescue efforts continue up until the late night hours of today. Unfortunately, what happened yesterday is not isolated from what has been happening in Lebanon over the past month. Because since the 2nd of March up until yesterday, the ongoing hostilities have resulted in really dire humanitarian situation. We have over 1.2 million people displaced. Just to give you a scale, that's 1 in every 5 Lebanese people being already displaced. Many of them do not have a place, they do not have a shelter to go to, because only 138,000 are accommodated in collective shelters. The rest are trying to find refuge in their cars and parking lots, even by the seaside. Many have made makeshift tents in order to cover themselves in these states. On top of this, the number of fatalities that have resulted from these hostilities have reached 1,500 without those that died yesterday, on top of over 5,500 people who have been injured, again, without accounting what has happened yesterday.
Extremely difficult circumstances that you describe in Lebanon, and also talking about the amount of people who have been displaced. But Iran's deputy foreign minister says the US must stop Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Are you hopeful that the ceasefire talks that will happen in Pakistan will lead to a stop in hostilities in Lebanon?
Look, what matters for us the most is the civilian population that always pays the highest price in any conflict. So for the International Committee of the Red Cross, we urge all parties to the conflict to prioritize de-escalation as a matter of urgency. We ask them to prevent further loss of life. We call all parties to the conflict to respect their obligations under international humanitarian law, to spare the civilians and the civilian infrastructure from fighting. Any efforts that go in that direction are welcomed, generally speaking. So I believe what we should focus on the most at the current time is to protect the civilians, to protect the civilian infrastructure, and to spare any additional loss of life in Lebanon.
Across Lebanon, what are families telling you, and what do people need the most at the moment? And is enough aid coming into Lebanon to support these people?
Look, the humanitarian needs are immense because, again, this conflict comes it comes after years of compounded crisis since 2019 up until today. The humanitarian needs are immense. They exceed the capacity of a single humanitarian actor to be able to respond. If you look at what happened yesterday alone, all the healthcare system was overwhelmed. Hospitals were overwhelmed with the number of casualties and those injured. However, the healthcare system in itself, it's stretched too thin right now, trying to be able to respond consistently for these ongoing crises. That's why we at the International Committee of the Red Cross, and in close collaboration with partners such as the Lebanese Red Cross, and close coordination with actors like the Ministry of Public Health, the Ministry of Social Affairs, we have scaled up our response. We're focusing on, in addition to asking parties to protect civilians and to respect international humanitarian law, we are also focusing on providing assistance to those that have been affected by the ongoing hostilities, especially those that are present in hard-to-reach areas, to have access to food, water, fuel, electricity, as well as to support the healthcare system to be able to respond to the increased needs and to the increased demands in responding to and treating those who are wounded as a result of the hostilities. We deployed surgical teams to hospitals in the south. We're also providing them with medical assistance, with medical consumables, with medication, fuel, oxygen, water, just to ensure that the health system, that the hospitals would not break and they would still be able to respond.
Quirky, I mean, it was great to have you on the show. I wish you all the best. Thank you for your time with me. President Trump says U.S. forces will remain in place and warned the shooting starts if an agreement with Iran is not met during Friday's talks in Pakistan. Taking to Truth Social, the president wrote that U.S. military presence was appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, spoke to reporters as he prepared for upcoming talks in Islamabad. Take a listen.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. I encourage the Iranians to come to the table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious consequences.
Let's go live to Washington to speak to Mark Fitzpatrick, former director at IISS America and head of non-prolific and nuclear policy. Mark, as always, really good to have you on the show. President Donald Trump...
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. President Donald Trump is renewing his threat, saying the shooting starts if an agreement is not reached with Iran at these upcoming talks that will be taking place in Pakistan. It's now the second day of a precarious ceasefire. Do you think Iran will show restraint as Israel continues to strike Lebanon?
I think Iran will show restraint if the United States is no longer bombing Iran itself. Although Iran is trying to show solidarity with its Hezbollah partners, I guess that in the end, Iran won't throw away the ceasefire over the situation in Lebanon. Israel is not even part of these negotiations in Pakistan. The United States could put pressure on Netanyahu to stop the bombing, but he doesn't seem inclined to want to do so.
And it's quite interesting because we talk about pressure on Netanyahu, and we're just hearing in the last few moments that Netanyahu says Israel to hold direct talks with Lebanon as Iran says attacks breach the ceasefire. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to have negotiations, you should have the parties involved in the hostilities be part of the negotiations. It's hard for Israel to be part of the negotiations with Iran. One, because Iran doesn't recognize Israel at all and refuses to have anything to do with it. And even Pakistan, which is hosting the talks, doesn't recognize Israel. So that's difficult. But Israel certainly can negotiate with Lebanon directly. It's done so in the past. And the problem has always been that Lebanon as a government it hasn't been strong enough to rein in Hezbollah. But Hezbollah has been weakened. Lebanese government has been strengthened. So maybe Israel talking directly with Lebanon will produce results.
And let's talk a little bit about the ceasefire agreement, because Iran and Pakistan both say Lebanon was a key part of the 2-week ceasefire with the US. This has, of course, been denied by the White House and by Israel. How do you read into this mixed messaging from all sides involved? And I think the big question here too, Mark, is can the US rein Israel in?
Now, this is a classic he said, she said. We don't know what the exact wording of the ceasefire was. We see very different accounts, and the Lebanon is only one of the issues at which there is a variance in what both sides said was agreed. But I think if you look at what are the most important issues for the United States and for Iran, I just don't think Lebanon is at the very top tier of the issues at stake for them. So, as I said earlier, I think for the United States, Trump could put pressure on Netanyahu to tell him to stop bombing Hezbollah and infrastructure in Lebanon. But he wouldn't do that. Trump wouldn't do that unless there was something important in it for him, unless it was a major issue that on which the ceasefire hung, and I don't suppose it is. And for Iran, they weren't making Hezbollah support the primary issue. They started doing so because it looked like they were abandoning their partner. Maybe there's a way they can be seen to be supporting Hezbollah without making the whole ceasefire hinge on whether the conflict in Lebanon continues.
And Mark, Iranian news agencies have published a map of the Strait of Hormuz showing a new shipping route through the critical waterway, which does avoid naval mines. Iran still has an iron grip on the Strait of Hormuz, despite the ceasefire coming into play. How much leverage does this give Tehran in these upcoming ceasefire talks? Because a lot of people are saying, from what they can see, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has more leverage than it did at the start of this war.
Yes, you put your finger on it there. I mean, at the beginning, you said Iran still controls the Strait of Hormuz. They hadn't controlled it before. Theoretically, they could have. But yes, now they absolutely have control. So Iran has come out of these hostilities so far with a stronger position, more bargaining power, more leverage, because they really do control everything that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. And it's very difficult to take out every Iranian battery and drone and missile base that could hit ships, not to mention the mines that they've laid. So yes, Iran certainly has a stronger position here. Some of it is bravado. It's possible that if the United States Navy were to escort ships through the strait, that Iran wouldn't attack U.S. Navy ships. But who wants to take that chance? There's still a strong possibility that they could.
Exactly. There's a lot of risk when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, because Donald Trump has, of course, called on European countries and NATO countries to come take their own oil, but no one is willing to take that risk. But let's talk a little bit about the Iranians, because they've been rallying across the country today to mark 40 days since the assassination of Ali Khamenei. How valid is Pete Hegseth's claim that the regime has changed, and this has occurred in Iran following the US military action? Because once again, many people are saying, okay, it's different faces, but they're still part of the old guard, really, in Iran.
Yeah, once again, you put your finger right on it. Pete Hegseth is trying to claim, put something on the table that he can claim as a success, because the United States is going to have to get out of this without much to gain, and so they have to pretend that they've had successes. So this claim that the Iran leadership has completely changed is just it's a preposterous claim. But the names have changed, the faces have changed, so maybe they think they can get away with that. But you're absolutely right. The Iranian regime is much harder line than they were before these hostilities. And the other thing is that the Iranian people are apparently more supportive of the regime than they were before the conflict, when there were tens of thousands of people demonstrating in the streets in January, calling for the fall of the Islamic Republic. And now nobody's protesting. There has been a real rally around the flag. So the United States went into this conflict, according to the New York Times, being promised by Israel that there would be regime change and the people would support it. And, Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency, would somehow foment that. Well, that hasn't happened at all. The opposite has happened.
And NATO's Mark Rutte, let's talk a little bit about NATO, has been speaking in Washington. He's been on a charm offensive to Washington. Of course, we saw him with President Donald Trump. But he did admit that allies were a bit slow to deliver logistical and other support the US needed in Iran. What do you make of this, and just how furious is Trump with NATO?
Okay, so I think Rutte is doing his best to try to make amends with Trump, because he really doesn't want the United States to pull out. When NATO was formed in 1949, the whole point was to keep America involved in Europe for the protection of Western European states. So Trump pulling out would be a devastating blow to European security. But how furious is Trump? Well, he certainly appears to be furious. Does he have any grounds for being furious? No. NATO is a defensive alliance. If a country is attacked, all other members will consider it an attack on them. But the United States wasn't attacked. The United States attacked another country, Iran. And it's not the first time this has happened. NATO was not involved in the Korean War, nor in the Vietnam War, nor in other hostilities where it wasn't the United States being attacked. So there's no reason for Trump to be upset at NATO for not coming to help him in a war that he started by choice. It doesn't matter whether it's valid or not, though. If he is totally frustrated with NATO, he will. He can't pull out legally because only Congress can. But by saying that, he really undermines the U.S. security commitment, and that's virtually the same as pulling out.
Mark Fitzpatrick, always great to have your analysis. Thank you.
Sure, happy to be on your show. Thank you.
Thank you. Israel's military say they have killed the secretary to the head of Hezbollah in an overnight strike on Beirut. Ali Yusuf Harashi was Nam Qasim's nephew, as well as his personal advisor. Israeli forces struck 2 key crossings, which they believe are used by Hezbollah to transfer weapons. For more on this, I'm joined from Jerusalem by Jason Perlman, former advisor to President Herzog. Jason, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me. Pleasure. Iran and Pakistan say Lebanon was part of a 2-week ceasefire with the US. This has been denied by the White House in Israel. How do you read these different mixed messages we're getting from all sides at the moment, which is confusing the picture?
It's a complete, discombobulation of the whole region. I think that actually the confusion speaks to something very simple, which is that we really don't know quite who is in charge in Iran. I think that the people on the ground and the leadership of the diplomatic side and versus the military side are perhaps not exactly in line with each other. But I would like to pick up on one thing which I think is very telling. Why is Iran so desperate now to include Hezbollah in the ceasefire? And I think it speaks to, firstly, no greater admission could there be of the fact that this is in fact a proxy army, a terrorist army, which has been, funded and trained by Iran all these years. But also, I think that it speaks to a weakness that Hezbollah are now actually facing. And they know that a continued Israeli military operation will perhaps even deal a death blow to this asset that they have in their attempt to spread violence and terror across the region. And from an Israeli perspective, these are the hours now where real action needs to be taken to really set the landscape, to push Hezbollah away from the Israeli border, what they call the anti-tank line, so that tanks can't attack Israeli positions on the Israeli border, and to really try and free Lebanon from the iron grip of this horrific group.
Britain has condemned Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Germany's Chancellor has echoed that sentiment, saying Israeli attacks could cause the peace process to fail. Netanyahu says Israel wants to start peace talks with Lebanon as soon as possible. Does this mean that the bombing is going to stop? Because I was speaking to somebody a little bit earlier from the Red Cross working inside of Beirut. 250 people were killed yesterday, hundreds injured. The situation on the ground there is absolutely horrific. More than 1 million people, Lebanese people, have been displaced.
That's horrific, and I don't remember hearing British or German condemnation necessarily of Hezbollah when they rained over 6,500 missiles on Israel in the past 3 weeks, or indeed as the UN and other international forces sat on the border and watched Hezbollah rearm in complete contradiction of UN resolutions over the past decade, and as they continued to bomb and send terror around the world. Where's the logic here? You can't just suddenly wait for Israel to respond to the ongoing terror that its people face and then go, oh, this is what's going to destroy the peace. Let's be realistic here.
So you are saying that right now Israel has the right to carry out the attacks on Lebanon and to target...
Not just the right, the duty. We have, yes, 1 million people displaced in Lebanon.
250 dead in one day.
1 million people displaced in Lebanon because the Israeli army is saying to them, we need to operate here. There are terrorists in your streets, in your homes, in your schools, in your mosques. We need to operate here. Please leave. So they're displaced. There's 1 million Israelis in bomb shelters because Hezbollah are firing missiles all day long. Yes, 250 people dead is a tragedy. It's horrific. But the responsibility is on Hezbollah, who embed themselves in civilian areas, not upon Israel, who act to try and remove this threat to its people. And you can see from the targeted killing that actually Israel is able to take out the leadership of Hezbollah, and they are exacting significant military defeats against what is ultimately a terrorist army. Yes, Israel's going to negotiate with Lebanon. That's important. Lebanon. Not Hezbollah. Lebanon aren't Hezbollah. The Lebanese people have been held hostage by Hezbollah. We need to be very clear on the morality here. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization carrying out terrorist attacks against civilians from within a civilian population. Let's return to the brotherhood here between the Lebanese and the Israeli people, the Jewish people and the Christian people, and the Muslims of this name. We have the Abraham Accords. We can see what can be done. And it's Hezbollah and Iran and their backers in Tehran that don't want it to be done.
I was just speaking to somebody a little bit earlier who lives in Beirut, and he was saying to me it's very unusual that Beirut gets a pounding like it has, because Hezbollah are normally in the southern suburbs and Beirut does not support Hezbollah. So contradicting to what you're saying. But if we're
Not at all. The areas that are being attacked are Hezbollah areas. That's where, and Hezbollah are
But
embedding
that's also where
themselves in
civilians live.
And we've asked those civilians as much as possible to not be there, and we have a duty to carry out. We have the duty to protect our civilians by attacking the terrorists, and we do everything we can to limit the damage to civilians. No, listen, the numbers are horrific, 200 people, etc. But look at the amount of military activity going on. It's actually a very, very small number. Unfortunately, people die in wars, but this isn't a war that Israel chose. This is a war that Israel has to fight to defend itself against an army which is hell-bent on attacking it. And just to sum it up very sweetly, you know, Nasrallah, the thank God now gone leader of Hezbollah, said it himself, meaning the Lebanese, or the Hezbollah's greatest strength was their pride in dying, and the Zionists, the Jews, the Israelis' greatest weakness was their insistence on trying to continue to live.
And let's talk a little bit, because J.D. Vance spoke yesterday, and I thought it was quite interesting what he said. He talked about the US possibly putting pressure on Israel to stop these attacks on Lebanon, because right now the ceasefire is so fragile between Iran and the US. Israel's not being involved in those negotiations. Let's make that clear. Is Donald Trump the only person that can rein in Netanyahu right now, or does he have carte blanche to pretty much do whatever he wants?
Firstly, Netanyahu is an elected leader of a democratic country. He's ultimately responsible to the Israeli people. We are going to elections in this country within the next 6 months. He is very, very close to being held responsible to the Israeli people, and they will vote whether or not they believe he's done well in leading the country. But the American-Israeli alliance is very important, and it is definitely very true that Israel has a great deal of responsibility and duty to listen to President Trump and to listen to the defense establishment in the US, because the alliance is so very strong. But I think that while the media like to say, oh, he's putting pressure on them and he's doing this, the reality is that there's a great deal of coordination there, probably unprecedented levels. And while, of course, there will be areas that not everyone agrees on, ultimately, I think that the ability to defend the Western values that Israel and America have put forward over the past few weeks in its war against Iran have translated also into this ongoing situation in the north with Lebanon and Hezbollah.
Jason, I've got 60 seconds left with you. I want to ask you one final question. If you would answer it for me super quickly, that would be amazing. But Netanyahu's corruption trial is set to start again on Sunday. The announcement was made hours after Israel lifted that state of emergency imposed over its war with Iran. Is Netanyahu trying to carry on this war in order to avoid that trial?
No, I think that the situation is just much, much bigger than that. The trial as it is going to last much, much longer than any war could possibly ever continue. So I think that's just, again, a lot of media talk. That's an ongoing situation that will last, I think, for some time.
Jason Perlman, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Australia is expanding emergency measures to protect fuel supplies after weeks of shortages linked to the Middle East crisis. The government says it will back spot purchases by the country's two biggest fuel suppliers to bring in extra cargoes. Patrick Falk has this report.
Australia is moving to secure extra fuel as global supply risks persist. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says new powers passed by Parliament last week are being used to support Ampol and Viva Energy, Australia's two largest fuel importers and petrol retailers.
We have an important announcement, which is that last week we were able to pass through the Parliament the fuel security powers to allow EFA, Export Finance Australia, to be able to give the underwriting of companies to be able to go out there and source additional fuel for Australia's supply.
The plan is designed to help the companies bring in cargoes that would otherwise be too risky to secure on the open market.
This arrangement will enable the companies to take a purchase that would have been non-commercial and to go out and buy that fuel for Australians that otherwise would go to other countries, and that is very much in our national interest.
Local stations have experienced shortages, with some pumps out of service for days, highlighting the country's reliance on imported fuel. Australia imports about 80% of its liquid fuel, leaving it exposed to global disruptions. Most of the new supply is expected from Asia, where shipping is faster, with additional cargoes possible from North America. Officials hope the move will ease pressure at the pump and prevent wider shortages. For Australians, the real test will be whether the extra fuel arrives in time to stabilise supplies in the coming weeks. Patrick Volk, Al Arabiya English.
And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The war is on hold, but is it over? Both sides are hailing this ceasefire as their own personal victory. But if everyone's a winner, why does this pause already feel fragile? Difficult negotiations are ahead. Does President Trump want to finish the war or finish the job? We put it to our panel. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reach this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabbas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
principle the entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs Chief Oil Analyst and Co-Head of Commodity Research, Dan Stryven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In their base case, flows through the strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for recovering production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potential in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. we're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait. Talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, you know, if that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Extra production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war, even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the Strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the Strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war over the longer term. What are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to U.S. SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to, use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandeb.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be, similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices, 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia, but these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they are capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the east-west pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. and the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecasts, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. Three reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the US government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the consumer, oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
The war is on hold, but is it over? Both sides are hailing this ceasefire as their own personal victory. But if everyone's a winner, why does this pause already feel fragile? Difficult negotiations are ahead. Does President Trump want to finish the war or finish the job? We put it to our panel. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin.
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, he's eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son's talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work.
Coloring pencil.
Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, you know, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many, many, many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability.
The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and the comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in EMICOR, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him. Afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a Lebanese sandwich.
صعبة بأولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
The war is on hold, but is it over? Both sides are hailing the ceasefire as their own personal victory. But if everyone's a winner, why does this pause already feel fragile? Difficult negotiations are ahead. Does President Trump want to finish the war or finish the job? We put it to our panel on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Joining us for this discussion is Natalie Tocci, Director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali and Professor of Practice at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Bijan Kian is back with us, an Iranian-American businessman, former US official and President of the Institute for Voices of Liberty. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Hamid Reza Gholamzadeh, Director of Diplo House and a Deputy of International Affairs at Tehran Municipality. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, the fragile nature of this ceasefire is already evident. Just hours after it was announced, there were reports of violations, and there's further uncertainty around whether or not Israel is beholden to the pause. The Israeli military has continued to strike targets, including civilians in Lebanon, saying it's not part of the deal. Now, that's prompted Iran to announce that for a time they've closed the Strait of Hormuz again and have threatened to withdraw from the ceasefire agreement altogether if Israel continues its attacks. So, Hamid Reza, let's start with you. Is this the start of the end or just the end of the start of this conflict?
I think the start of the end, because Lebanon was part of the deal, and the Americans and Israelis are violating that part. It was mentioned by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shahbaz Sharif, in his tweet that Lebanon and elsewhere, quote unquote, is part of the deal between Iran and the United States, and it is part of the ceasefire. But we are seeing that there has been attack against Lebanon by Israelis. And there has been some attacks against Iran as well. So it seems that we are not witnessing a real ceasefire on the ground from the very beginning of that.
Bijan, what do you make of that? Are the US and Israel already breaching this ceasefire?
Well, let's start from the beginning of what happened. What happened was 47 years of hostilities from the Islamic Republic, who started the war in 1979. It's a mistake to think that the Israelis or United States started the war. So when you say start at the end or end to the start, I think we need to look back at what happened. 47 years of tyranny, of crime, of incompetence has left the entity Islamic Republic extremely weak, at its weakest point. Angry people because they killed 60,000 or more of their children. Angry neighbors because they threw missiles at them.
But if we just look at the today, if we just look at now, what do you think about this current ceasefire? Have there been mistakes made already?
Ceasefire was fragile yesterday. It's broken today, and no doubt about it, the situation is very, very temporary. Nothing has changed. I listened to Secretary Hegseth saying, we're staying around. We're not going anywhere. So don't celebrate. And for Islamic Republic in Iran to declare victory, it takes really over and above the intestinal fortitude they've shown for 47 years to claim victory when Trump issued a very rude threat, unconventional. We haven't had diplomatic language using expletives like that, which is the point of degradation. It's a point of insult. And the Islamic Republic, against that, showed amazing flexibility and caved. That's the short story. Nothing has changed. We'll see what happens. Today, I don't believe Islamic Republic has a way out. 60,000 grieving mothers are standing in front of this government and shouting, we don't want you.
It is fake news. There is no 60,000.
Everything is fake news for you. Of course, you get paid to lie, like your colleagues in the Islamic Republic.
Thank you for your accusation, but there is no document for that. And President Trump admitted that they had armed terrorists.
Go talk to those mothers and tell them that you did not murder.
President Trump admitted arming the protesters and the rioters. You can talk to President Trump.
I don't expect you
and of course, Netanyahu also
okay, but Bijan, we have invited Ahmed Reza on to give his point of view, so we will respect it and give you a platform to express it.
He interrupted me, and I had to respond, but I am willing to listen to him. Whatever he says, he has zero value for what he says.
Okay. Maybe to you, but our audience may think differently on Counterpoints. We want to give all sides of the story. Natalie, I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but let me just ask Ahmed Reza very quickly. Bijan said Iran caved, and if Secretary of War/Defense Hegseth says the US isn't going anywhere, well, if the US was victorious, why do they need to stay?
That's the point. If they were victorious, they did not need to explain their victory, and everyone would actually witness that. We are seeing many analysts, professors, politicians admitting that Iran has been the winner. So Americans announced regime change at the first goal. Then they moved the goalpost and they changed their objectives, and none of them has happened. From the day one, when they said that the regime change is the goal, everyone said that Iran's survival would be a winning for the country. And it has happened, but not only that has happened, the United States has accepted Iranian terms for the discussion and negotiation. So a winner, I doubt, would be accepting the loser's terms for negotiations. And that's what the Americans have accepted to discuss Iranians' 10 items for the negotiation. So I doubt that it would be correct to say that the Americans are the winners and Iran has been bowed down to the threats. we all know that they are running out of munitions for defensive equipment. And it was the Americans who asked for a ceasefire, not the Iranian side. So they can make their own narrative, but the reality on the ground is totally different.
Okay, Natalie, let me bring you in here. So fragile, less than 24 hours in, is it doomed to fail?
Well, I don't think it's doomed to fail, but I do think that there are different sets of incentives here, right? So it is fairly clear to me that regardless of what we think of the Islamic Republic of Iran, no matter what we and how much we may want to see it go or not go, that the truth of the matter is that it is true that it's the United States that wanted out, right? And the United States wanted out because it wasn't actually achieving its goals. I think there's this mistaken, this kind of confusion between, the show of military might and how many targets are hit and the fundamental strategic objectives of this war. And in this respect, I agree with what Hamid Reza was saying. I mean, either whether you look at it from the angle of regime change, nuclear, missile, and on top of it, you had something that didn't exist before the war, i.e. the de facto control of the Strait of Hormuz. And you look at it from any perspective, and so far, it doesn't mean that this will be the end point, but so far, it has been a strategic failure for the United States. I really think that analytically, despite what we would like to see happen, analytically, it's very difficult to argue that this is not the situation today. Now, the question, though, is whether this is a steady state. And not only because, as you were rightly saying, as we've seen over the course of this day, extremely fragile, but also because there's another actor that actually may not want to see this war end. And that other actor we haven't talked about yet is Israel, right? And I think that this almost sort of macabre play of is Lebanon part or not part of this deal is essentially aimed at Israel in the same way as Iran has basically tried to transform successfully this conflict in an asymmetric one, drawing in the Gulf. Israel is trying to do likewise when it comes to Lebanon. And given that Hezbollah did, quote unquote, stand up in this case for the Islamic Republic of Iran, it would probably feel that, and it would probably expect Iran to do likewise now, right? So now we basically, Israel that does not want to see an end of this war, essentially through the Lebanese route, trying to reignite war and therefore the breaking of the ceasefire.
I'm going to come to Lebanon specifically in a moment, but Bijan, I want your response to some of Natalie's comments there. Did the US want out, and has this been a strategic failure?
Who approached Pakistan, Professor, to ask for mediation? The United States or the Islamic Republic? I think your assumption that the United States wanted out, of course. Who wants to create a long war? United States doesn't want a long war, of course, without a doubt. But I ask you, Professor, this question. What I like to do is get away from Israel, which obviously you would like to condemn, and I like to get away from the United States for a moment and invite you to look at Iran. First of all, I like to correct your guest. Don't call it Iran. You represent Islamic Republic in Iran, not Iran. Iran is an old, ancient, glorious culture, and Islamic Republic, which you represent, is a 47-year-old delinquent juvenile. So, Professor, going back to Iran, do you believe that an Islamic Republic today is stronger in any way or weaker with killing its own people? Now, the number is disputed. Yes, you know, the distinguished guest says that this is a lie. It's fake news. I think people of Iran will not believe you. That's your problem. It doesn't matter. You can convince me. But, Professor, you have people who don't want a government. You have neighbors who've been attacked for no reason. You are weak. Your air force is gone. Your sky is in the control of foreign forces. What do you assess the durability or sustainability of such a government? You speak with such confidence that, you know, it's Israel's war. No, it's the people of Iran's war against the tyrant government. Professor, what do you think? Do you think it's sustainable like this?
Is this a question to me or a question to Hamid Reza?
It's to you.
Okay, so I actually think
that...
is
the head of Diplo House.
Apologies, yeah. I actually think that prior to the beginning of this war, indeed, the Islamic Republic of Iran was at its weakest point. And I think that particularly after the protests in January, for the first time, and I'm no Iran expert, right? But for the first time, I heard those that are Iran experts that were actually debating whether indeed it may be the beginning of the end. My sense is that what this war has done is that it's actually provided a new lease of life to the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's not, as I said, I'm trying to be analytical about it. It's not necessarily what Natalie wants to see.
Do you
happen.
anticipate
It's
people
what
of Iran forgiving this government? Do you anticipate?
I anticipate the people of Iran at this point in time being singularly focused on who has been most recently committing crimes against them. And tragically, as opposed to January, where it was indeed the Islamic Republic of Iran, tragically, who has been committing crimes most recently against them is the United States and Israel. And I don't think that Iranian citizens
your logic would not hold in your class, I'm afraid, to tell you. Your logic doesn't hold. You're ignoring the fact.
Why not? Elaborate on that. Why doesn't it hold?
Does not have legitimacy. You're ignoring that. And you're going to your own preferred status of the world, as you would like to define it.
No, listen, I'm an Italian citizen. I don't have skin in this game, right? So I'm simply looking at the
Didn't
situation.
You see the killing of the people, Professor?
And this is why I'm saying that in January, I actually thought that maybe this was a regime that was just one push away from implosion.
Nothing has changed.
What this war
Nothing has changed. The people are angry.
Has done it's actually provided a new lease of life.
Okay, yes, Hamid Reza, I wanted to put that to you.
Focus on that. The regime killed its own people. Focus on that.
What the gentleman is trying to do is what in academia they call it motivated reasoning and cognitive bias. He is so angry with the Islamic Republic that they are trying to detach it from the country of Iran. And he is ignoring the history that the American hostility against Iran.
The Iranian people have done that. I'm not doing it. They don't consider you.
In 1950s, there was no Islamic Republic, and the Americans staged a coup against the democratically elected government of Mossadegh. And the Pahlavi regime that this gentleman supports against the Islamic Republic.
We'll just let Hamid Reza finish his statement there.
Iran is the Islamic Republic is the government, the establishment who has improved the Iranian power. And if Iran is so weak, and it's at weakest point right now, and the Americans, who claim to be the strongest military in the world, have failed to achieve their goals against that and have failed in their military objective against that. So let's see how strong Iran is. That would be telling enough, I guess, to the audience. Regarding the January unrest, I should say that, yes, there have been some people killed, unfortunately. More than 3,000 people have been killed. Some of them have been killed by the security forces, and they have been terrorist groups. And majority of them were killed by the rioters and terrorist groups who, first of all, Mossad account has...
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt you there. You both had your say on what's happened in January, but we don't have time to go back and to analyse the January situation. We've had both sides of that discussion. So I'm just going to put a pin in that and return us to this current ceasefire, because I don't want to get too distracted to go in and reanalyse January again. Natalie, I want to ask you if we can go back to the comments you made about Israel and Lebanon. The Pakistani Prime Minister says Lebanon was absolutely part of this deal. Israel says it wasn't. Do we run the risk now of Israel jeopardising the ceasefire? And can the US, do you think, with a global perspective, rein in Israel and bring them back into the fold here?
Well, as I said, I think that Israel's interest in this respect diverges from that of the United States. Israel, since the day after the 7th of October, has basically pursued a strategy. In a sense, it's a kind of almost a military doctrine of permanent war in the Middle East. And whether this is genocide in Gaza, ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, war and occupation in Lebanon, southwest Syria, attacks in Yemen, attacks in Iraq, and of course, war in Iran, this has been a constant for Israel over the course of the last years. So I think, or maybe I should qualify, I don't necessarily think this is Israel's interest, but it's certainly Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister's interest. And of course, as we know, he is facing re-election this year. So I think his interest will be that of, in some shape or form, continuing this war. Now, he doesn't have the ability of going after Iran alone, right? And we have always seen the way in which he has tried to drag the United States in. Now, if the United States does not want to, at this point in time at least, pursue and continue war with Iran, the only available option for Netanyahu to continue a state of permanent war in the region is through Lebanon. And as I said, in the same way as Iran has pursued an asymmetric strategy in drawing in the Gulf, Israel, I think, is trying to do likewise by drawing in Lebanon. And through Lebanon, indirectly bringing the United States into a war in Iran, which is really what I think it is interested in. Now, is it going to succeed in doing so? Who knows? So far, the Israeli prime minister has been singularly effective in manipulating the United States president.
Bijan, is there a concern in your mind or in the US's mind that Israel could jeopardise the work that the US has done to return to the negotiating table here? Do you think the US can constrain Israel's objectives if they do, in fact, diverge from the United States?
Well, the test of rationality is for each actor to serve their own best interests, without a doubt. And that's the first principle which cannot be easily violated. Now, Israel would do what Israel needs to do to protect its people and its territory, without a doubt. Would Israel listen to the United States on what could serve that interest? Absolutely. I think Israel and the United States have the kind of relationship that I don't see a daylight at this moment. So when there is no daylight between Washington and Jerusalem, we see, not perfect harmony. Of course, not perfect harmony. There are disagreements, there are ups and downs. But I believe Israel would do what Israel needs to do, and the United States would do what the United States needs to do. The interest of the United States in the region, in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf region, and the Middle East in greater sense, remains the same. And the interest of United States allies, including Israel, remain the same.
Do you think, though, that the White House is going to be pretty put out to think that Israel could be derailing the hard work they've done to get Iran back to the table here?
It's not Israel that's derailing. Look at the list of the 10 demands put forward by the Islamic Republic. It's a list of impossibilities. Look at it. Take a look at it. And I asked the professor also to assess objectively, as I understand the point of interest for the professor is to beat up on Bibi and his political positioning. Understood. I get it. But I really want to invite you to take a look at these realities. What's complicating the peace process is unreasonable demands. What is the Islamic Republic saying? Essentially, leave Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis alone. Let them do what they are doing. I will continue to help them, and you cannot stop me. Promise you won't attack me, and lift all the sanctions. Sure, I think that's a dream list, but it will never happen. It will never happen. Not this coming Saturday. Never. That's my forecast. And people in the remaining, whatever is left of Islamic Republic, which I believe is not much, can celebrate a few days. We won, declare victory. They can continue the hallucinations. But the reality on the ground remains the same. Angry people, angry neighbors, diminished resources, almost diminished military power, nothing left. All evidenced by this free flying aircrafts in the Iranian sky. And Iran is different from Islamic Republic.
OK, I'm going to move us on to our next segment because this leads really nicely onto it, about the specifics of this deal. because after almost 6 weeks of destruction regionally and globally, economic chaos, we finally have what President Trump, even though you, Bijan, say it's a wish list, President Trump says it's a workable basis for ceasefire talks, which in itself, is interesting because Iran's 10-point plan contains numerous conditions the US had previously outright rejected. Now, both sides have claimed that the 2-week pause is a victory. So, Ahmed Reza, I want to put it to you. What do you make of what Bijan was just saying there, that this is a wish list that is unattainable and it is not an achievable basis for a ceasefire?
I think President Trump has already answered to him. If it was as such, the United States would not accept it as a framework for discussion and would not principally accept the 10 items. So it seems that it is working that they are accepting. And the situation is difficult for the Americans and Israelis. Israeli regime is trying to, as Professor mentioned, it's trying to make it asymmetrical and moving the Lebanese front and away from the Iranian front, and wants to continue that war in order to survive the current situation. But the other side is that Americans need to stop this war because of the current situation. Yes, Iranian sky might be very open to the Americans, yet they have lost more than 10 aircrafts during the last week when they came to Isfahan, and before that, and there have been some targeting. And it seems to be improving for the Iranian side. So the situation, the conditions that Iran put in the item list is that Iran wants to end this war once and forever. It does not want to have the wrong cycle of having some attacks against ceasefire, attack against ceasefire. It needs to be stopped. And Iran proved that its security economy through the Strait of Hormuz. So if the world and the Americans and the others want to benefit from the Strait of Hormuz, they need to guarantee the Iranian security. And these are intertwined, and then they cannot simply attack Iran anymore. So that's what Iran is trying to do.
Okay. Natalie, weigh in on this wish list or workable basis, this 10-point proposal. I mean, it is a maximalist demand from Iran. Is it almost the case that this is so maximalist that there's no way that this can be achievable? Is Iran effectively setting the US up to not be able to agree to any of this, and it's just going to snowball once again?
Well, I mean, it is maximalist, right? But I think that the fact that it's maximalist in a sense, goes back to our earlier discussion. It's maximalist because the way in which this war has gone has actually increased Iran's leverage in a negotiation with the United States compared to what it was prior to this war. So I think, in a sense, it's not so much a question of whether it's realistic or not. It's that this is the opening salvo, and the opening salvo is maximalist because of how the war went, right? So I think, to me, it's more a reflection of what has been happening over the last weeks rather than what will happen over the next few weeks. No, I don't think that these points as they are will be accepted. I also think that it's not very realistic. The point, though, is that if that is the basis of a negotiation and therefore of compromises, inevitably, if there's going to be an agreement, Iran will have to, in a sense, dial down somewhat. But it's dialing down from a benchmark that it has set, right? And this is what I think makes this negotiation tilted more in favor of Iran than the United States, as I said, in relative terms, compared to what it was prior to when this war began.
Bijan, I'm surprised that you haven't jumped on that.
No, I just wanted to say that the professor elegantly refers to the opening salvo, but Professor, how about the second strike capability? You can have a very strong opening salvo and nothing to back that one up with. So what do you think? Again, the reason I invite you to, because I have a lot of respect for your academic stance that very distinguished Johns Hopkins, but I'm not listening to a professor. I'm listening to a political activist, and you're doing a good job at that. So,
can I just interrupt you on this point? I think the problem, Bijan, this is you are mistaken.
The opening salvo cannot be backed.
You are confusing desire and analysis. We may actually agree on what we would like to see happen, but I'm not here to express, I don't think people watching are particularly interested in knowing what I would like to see happen. I'm here to trying to share my thoughts of what I do see happen. I may be wrong.
I get it.
It's not desire,
I get it.
It's analysis.
Professor, I get it. Thank you. Thank you for the academic reference. What I'm trying to say here to you is that this is a pause. You seem to be very definitive about what's going to come next, and that this list is really a very good beginning. They're going to dial down from this. When they do dial down, let's dig into it. What would they be arriving at? Which part of lift all the sanctions? Which part of let us continue supporting the 3H, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis? Which part of that can be dialed down? To what level? I don't understand. I'm asking for clarification. I don't believe it can be dialed down. I believe this is a list of impossibilities. It will go nowhere. But
Bijan, you've said on this program before that President Trump likes to go all in, ask for the world and more in his negotiating style, and then he works back from there. Has Iran not just learnt from the master?
Of course, but the difference, Belinda, is in the ability to deliver on a promise. Islamic Republic has not been able to deliver on its threat. Look, President Trump issued a very rude, very undiplomatic, condescending message and threatened the Islamic Republic, open the Strait of Hormuz or else. What did the Islamic Republic do? Caved. Do not forget that. This is an indication of the false claim that the Islamic Republic is ahead and they're not. This is all.
So why President Trump accepted Iranian terms?
President Trump does what serves the best interest of the United States, and if he sees a pause being necessary at this point, for many reasons. If you want, I can tell you some of the reasons he may have done that. You may not going to like it, because, the President of the United States has power to engage a military operation for 60 days, and a pause resets the clock. That is not good news for you, and that is not good news for the Islamic Republic. But don't look for the reasons why, and don't read too much into it. He has not accepted the terms. The terms are not finalized.
He has mentioned it in his post. Man, you're talking for him. He has written that.
President Trump has not agreed to any of the terms, especially the ones I'm referring to. We'll see. You can make that claim. Today, okay. you already declared victory.
I know that the American government does not fulfill its commitments and does not follow its agreements. We have experienced that within the JCPOA and within 2 times of negotiations with the Americans. So I don't need explanation about that. But he has written that it would be based, the negotiations would be based on Iranian terms. So if it was such, and if Iran had caved, and if they had the upper hand, he would not accept this.
You don't.
And Iran has prepared itself for
the meaning of this is a workable frame. You take workable frame for an agreement. I'm sorry. You need to correct yourself. Workable frame is not the same as I've agreed to these. That's
a good point, Hamid Reza. I mean, he has said this is a workable basis. The president hasn't said we're going to take all of these on board. So this could be a very difficult and long, drawn-out, tense negotiation. It's very hard to negotiate successfully against President Trump.
It is not, because Iran has a good experience about that. But the point is that... Mm-hmm. Am I supposed to answer? Or
go ahead, Hamid Reza. Go ahead. We'd like to hear from you.
The point is that President Trump needed a ceasefire, and because of that, it accepted Iranian terms. And I'm quite sure, it is my analysis, I'm not telling as a fact, but I'm quite sure that the Americans would not adhere to their words, and they have already stepped back from that. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif mentioned and written in his tweet that Lebanon is part of the deal. President Trump has said it is not part of that. So on the day one, they have a step back from their own words. Shahbaz Sharif is not Iran, is not Hezbollah, is not either of those H3. He is the mediator, and we are quite sure that he has been discussing the issue with both sides. And he admits, and he has written as the first person, that Lebanon is part of that. The Americans have a step back from that. So we are all quite sure that Americans would not fulfill their commitments, that they would not actually follow their words, and they would break it. And they're doing like that. But yes, it shows that the Americans needed the ceasefire, and for that necessity and their need, they accepted the Iranian terms to violate that in the future and to change it during the negotiations. And that's why he got mad at CNN for translating the 10 items that was issued by Iranian Supreme National Security Council, because it was revealing what Americans have accepted as the framework for the negotiations. I know that they have not accepted it fully, but they had accepted it as a framework. So he was angry because he could not hide the story and he could not step back easily. So that's why he attacked CNN and forced them to actually remove the news and to change the position. So yes, they needed.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question actually to Hamid Reza?
Please.
So I hear you say implicitly and explicitly Iran does not trust the United States, both because of the history, violation of the JCPOA, but also because of what has been happening essentially over the last year under the second Trump administration. So what I also hear you say is that fundamentally what Iran is after is some guarantee that basically this is not going to happen again, right? And presumably that's a guarantee that the United States cannot provide because you don't trust the United States. And this kind of leads to my question, which is a China-related question, right? Is this where you're looking for in terms of in a sense, trying to see who else could provide guarantees? Or is this simply a kind of very Western way of thinking about security guarantees? And in particular, if you could just comment on how you see China's role in all of this.
There has been some news about China, but I'm not sure about that, so I cannot comment on that, honestly. But it's not about who can guarantee, it's about what can guarantee that. And it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is the most important leverage to guarantee the situation, the security of the future of Iran. If the whole world is connected to the security of Iran, the whole world would stop Americans or Israelis from attacking Iran, and everyone would know that if there is another attack against Iran, everyone would lose because of that. So it seems that for Iran, the most pragmatic way of guaranteeing security is the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, one of the demands that Iran is making is removal of the American military bases from the region, because they are the source of the attacks against Iran. And by their removal, then the probability of attacks against Iran would be much less. I don't say that it would be zero. It's not like that, but it would degrade the possibility to a great extent. So these are the most important factors that Iran could see as the guarantors of the security.
Bijan, do you want to weigh in on any of that, or on how China may play into this?
I will ask the gentleman, you're a scholar, a very smart person. Why don't you go back to the Islamic Republic and ask them the question? The people of Iran don't want you. Your own survey.
Which people are you talking about?
Islamic Ministry of Guidance conducted a survey that showed more than 73%, later on up to 90% of Iranians don't want the Islamic Republic. Why don't you just turn the power to the people It is not sustainable. You cannot kill every Iranian just to stay in power. It's unreasonable.
I understand.
Why don't you do that?
I understand your anger.
Announce a date.
I understand your anger. But which people are you talking
Okay, let Ahmed Reza respond to that question there.
Millions of people are on the streets supporting the government.
Let me finish.
Every night, millions of people are on the streets to support the government.
Okay, all right. Bijan, finish your question, and then we'll let Ahmed Reza respond.
There is a persistent problem. The persistent problem is a sea of blood between the Iranian people and the Islamic Republic. Islamic Republic's best choice is to test its own credibility and legitimacy. Turn it back to the people. That's the long-term solution. That's the best solution for the Iranians. Nobody wants destruction of Iran because, as you heard me say, Reza, I believe Iran is a country of thousands of years of culture and history.
Okay, we're getting close to the end of our debate, so I'm just going to cut you short there, Bijan. Ahmed Reza, a brief response to you, because we need to get back onto the global stage. I don't want to get bogged down in domestic elections too much, but a quick response.
I just couldn't lose the opportunity.
The response is that every night, hundreds of thousands of people and millions of people are on the streets of Iran, and they are supporting the government. They are people. He is ignoring that. There are some opposition. There's no denial of that. Every country has protesters and opposition. But millions of people are supporting the Islamic Republic. Tomorrow is the 40th. Tomorrow is the 40th day of the martyrdom of the Supreme Leader. And people are going to celebrate that, to have some ceremonies and some rituals about that. Just look at the footages tomorrow. Not long, less than 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, you can see how many people would commemorate the martyred leader, and that would be probably the people's.
Because they're not afraid to be shot.
Okay, the videos.
They're your friends. They're not afraid to be shot.
All right. I'm going to need to interrupt you there. We're almost out of time, and I want to get a look at the global perspective on this, because President Trump has used America's might for a war with Iran that many US lawmakers say hasn't yet achieved its objectives, even though we've heard from the president that it has. And in the process, it has perhaps revealed some limitations to maybe America's power or America's leverage that, as we've been discussing, has certainly come to the notice of Beijing and potentially Moscow. We've also seen the president calling into question NATO's Article 5 Mutual Defence Pact. We had NATO allies not rushing to the US defence when they called to rally the troops towards the Strait of Hormuz. So, Natalie, has this conflict strengthened or damaged America's global standing with their traditional allies?
Well, I think there's no question about it that there has been a very significant weakening of the credibility of the United States. Now, of course, this is just a latest iteration, right? It has started with the US betrayal over Ukraine, its threats to annex Greenland, tariffs. So in a sense, this is just the latest iteration. And of course, it's not the first time that Trump threatens NATO, says he wants to leave NATO, and sort of belittles Europeans at every useful opportunity. Now, I think what's interesting, though, in the context of this war, is that when the war began, actually, with the exception of a few countries, and in particular Spain, Norway, but I would say the mainstream of European countries tilted more in favor of the US. What you have ended up seeing is, over the course of this war, as basically Trump's declarations, particularly those of the last few days, became particularly unhinged, as those threats to NATO came in, as the war has gone in the way in which we have been discussing, you see that sort of mainstream European consensus turning really rather radically against this war, right? I'm talking here about government. Public opinion was always against the war, so that was never really an issue. So in a sense, in the journey, if you take two extremes, on one extreme you have, let's say, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, a kind of, sycophant in chief, and on the other end you have, Pedro Sanchez, Spanish Prime Minister, in a sense, opposition in chief. You have that European consensus shifting from, in a sense, seeing Trump as daddy, quote unquote, in the way in which Rutte had described him, to viewing him far more as baddie, in the way in which Sanchez would describe him.
Bijan, have some of those recent comments, social media posts, turned a bit of the tide against the president, do you think? Has it damaged perhaps what some may have seen as important work?
President Trump is a fighter. He's been fighting against a lot of things that a lot of people don't want to see. He's breaking the rules left and right, making many people angry, including some of his former supporters. So this is his way of governance. This is how he is ruling in his position, and he uses his authority within the law to be the way he is.
And
now,
how do you think that's impacting his global standing? Do you think people look at and respect the strength, or do they look at it and are concerned maybe by the volatility?
Europe in general doesn't have to worry about defense if the bulk of the expenses for its defense is paid by the United States. But Europe doesn't feel in any way a responsibility to be in a reciprocating position, and that's where President Trump runs into problem with Europe. But I believe we have a very good relationship still with Europe. It will continue. President Trump talks one way and acts another. I think overall, President Trump is suffering from, declining popularity on many fronts. But you cannot say that declining popularity has actually cut into his power. He is doing what he's doing. Yesterday, he made a very, very sharp threat, and he got what he wanted. He was very specific. He said, open the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't say anything else, just one thing, and he got it. So if you don't count that as a victory, as a success, I don't know what would.
Mm-hmm.
And
to the best of my knowledge, the Strait of Hormuz is closed.
To decide. Just wait.
All right, Ahmed Reza, wrap us up here. How do you see the president's actions and Iran's actions impacting the perspective of global leaders?
I think Professor was to mention that Strait of Hormuz is not open and it is closed. And I think that would be telling enough that the American threat, the President Trump's threat, did not work. And actually what his threat was a war crime. And many Americans, politicians, public people have condemned his threat. And it was a war crime, actually, the language he used. And so it is not something to brag about. I would say that Iran has gained some momentum in the global scene and changing to a world power. And the Americans are losing their power. And the decline of U.S. power has been clear to the whole world. The military power was the last battlefield for the Americans to claim that they have power, and they have lost that as well. So the myth of F-35s or the navies or the A-10s, such things have evaporated, and the whole world knows that they can be damaged and they can be defeated. So I would not believe that the Chinese would consider the Americans very strong anymore, or the Europeans would continue to rely on American power in their military power, actually.
We're out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there.
Nice hallucination.
Oh, well, I was about to wrap us up because I know that Ahmed Reza's battery was about to die, and I wanted us to be able to say farewell to him before it did, but we seem to have just lost him. So we will leave it there, although I will say that I'm sure that President Trump would have a very strongly worded social media post against a lot of what Ahmed Reza said there about the US standing on the global stage. But we don't have time to get into it. Natalie Tocci, Director of Istituto Affari Internazionali, thank thank you for being here. Bijan Kian, former US official and president of the Institute for Voices of Liberty. And we just lost Hamid Reza Gholam Zadeh, director of Diplo House. Thank you to all of you. Interesting times ahead. Let's see where it leads us. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews. There are plenty there on the Arabiya English YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Welcome to this special interview on Al Arabiya English. I'm Duha Zuhairi, and I am joined by the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaya Kallas. Welcome to our studios in Riyadh. To start, what is the objective of this visit to Saudi Arabia and the region during such a sensitive time?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and it is important to be here as this is really the center of this war that is going on. I mean, Saudi Arabia has been also attacked by Iran, so we are discussing how we can, de-escalate, how we can bring peace and stability to the region, and what the European Union can do. Where is the cooperation points?
What is the European Union capable of doing? But first, I want to ask about the ceasefire announced just hours ago. Did the EU play any role in reaching this agreement? And if it collapses, does the European Union have a contingency plan?
Well, we have been in close contact with our regional partners, and just this morning I spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan, Instructed, who has been also mediating this ceasefire. I think it's very important that we have ceasefire and the parties actually sit down and negotiate. And of course, we are trying to help as much as possible. At the same time, we are also looking at how we can increase our defense spending and how we can actually cooperate in this regard, because we have in Ukraine a lot of knowledge regarding the drone interceptors. This is a new type of warfare, and we need to be prepared.
We are now in the second month of this war. To what extent has this conflict shown that Europe's approach toward Iran was not appropriate at this time? And how much has it revealed Iran's true intentions and level of aggression towards its neighbors, while Europe remained neutral?
Well, no, I don't agree with you at all, because we haven't been appeasing Iran. Actually, the opposite. We have been putting a lot of sanctions on Iran because these are the tools that we have in our hands. We have also designated the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization. We have done a lot on our side. Of course, we also were part of the JCPOA previously. But I think, you know, in order to have any kind of agreement, we need to also address the issues that we have been raising all the time, not only the nuclear issue, but also the ballistic missile issue, the issue of them supporting Russia in Ukraine war, and also their hybrid and cyber attacks against European countries and the detention of European citizens. So it is much more than the nuclear issue, and we have been always really pointing at this.
Sanctions are in place and continue to expand. But hasn't this war raised serious questions about their effectiveness in changing Iran's behavior?
Well, it's not entirely true, actually. If you look at the protests that were in Iran, they were because of the economic hardship that Iran is going through. So actually also, you know, coming from within the society, not being happy with the regime. The regime changes always happen when the people are not happy. It's never happening from the outside. Of course, we have to do everything that Iran would not pose a threat to its neighbors anymore, and I think this point of negotiations is a good starting point.
Iran remains a serious threat to the region, and we saw that just last night, even 1 hour after the ceasefire was announced, the region was targeted. Why do you still have confidence in sanctions?
Well, this is clear that we have, you know, threats here. Iran is posing a threat here. Russia is posing a threat in Europe. And these are very much interlinked. We see them also cooperating when it comes to, sharing intelligence, but also sharing information on the drones, how to best attack the neighboring countries. So that's why it's very important that we actually cooperate and stand up to these actors together.
Even with the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist organization, isn't that largely symbolic, with no effectiveness, no impact on the situation at all?
No, it's not true. I mean, if we look at the European Union, we have the tools in our hands which are economic tools. That's why, we are also using the tools that we are as economic power. If all the neighboring countries here would also have the same sanctions on Iran, then, it would be a different approach because then it would have a different effect. It's clear that some of the neighboring countries are also helping Iran to circumvent the sanctions, and now you're also paying the price.
You are one of the most affected by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. What did you do when Iran shut it down? And what will you do now so Iran doesn't impose fees or pressure? You know that any agreement with Iran will require you to provide concessions from your end. What are these concessions that you're willing to pay?
Well, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, the ones who are most affected are the Asians. I mean, 85% of the LNG that goes via the Strait of Hormuz goes to Asia, so they are extremely worried. Where European share is not that big, but it's clear that the food, the fertilizers that also go to Africa via the Strait of Hormuz will have an impact also on Europe. So we are very much interconnected, and that's why we have been always advocating stating that there has to be a freedom of navigation. Strait of Hormuz has to be open because it is also necessary for the global stability. What we have done and what we have Operation Aspides and Atalanta in the region. And they are now, I mean, Aspides is guarding the Red Sea trade route for the Houthi attacks. Of course, we can also discuss to strengthen this operation. And the question has been also that we can be the ones who are, escorting the ships after the cessation of hostilities. And that is also what has been asked from us.
When you talk about what you plan to do on behalf of the European Union, is the EU even unified in its decisions? Do you share the same goals and the same red lines, or does Operation Aspides, for example, reflect a lack of collective will? You said there is no appetite to change or expand the Aspides operation. Then you move towards a coalition. Isn't that further evidence of divisions within the EU?
No, I mean, regarding Operation Aspides, the question was on the table whether we are extending the mandate also to the Strait of Hormuz right now when the war is going on. And the member states did not want to do that. And at the same time, it's clear that even if there's cessation of hostilities, then this freedom of navigation needs to be guarded anyhow. So, like I said, the Red Sea, but also from the south of Muscat line, where the mandate is. But of course, we are willing to also look into what more can we do in this regard. The coalitions of the willing, they can be also really additional to the operations that we already have. So I don't see the conflict there. I rather see that if it is easier and faster to move with the coalition of the willing, okay, fine, let's start with that. But then we can build on that also the operations that we already have.
You said Trump doesn't like the European Union and wants to see Europe divided. But isn't Europe already divided?
Well, it's clear that we are 27 democracies, and 27 democracies have 27 different domestic opinions. And that's why in democracy it takes time, the discussions. But we have come to decisions. It is clear that our adversaries will like to see us divided. And why? Because then we are weaker. If we are united, we are strong. But of course, it is never easy. I don't deny that.
I want to wrap up with the Gulf. You said during the Gulf Cooperation Council European Union meeting on March 5th that Gulf security is a pillar of global stability, as also stated in the meeting's official statement. But why does Europe, at this moment of testing, not seem to be rising to the level of the threat at hand?
Well, we clearly have our own worries in Europe. If you look at Russia's war against Ukraine, that has been going on for 4 years already. But when we had the meeting with the Gulf countries, I think we have been there for the Gulf countries in this war. I mean, we have different member states who are providing air defense. We have Ukraine that has provided the knowledge of drone interceptors to really take down the drones. So there is a lot of cooperation points, and I really feel that we can be there there together for each other so that we have stability in both of our regions.
EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, thank you for joining Al Arabiya English.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Israel continues to bomb targets in Lebanon, jeopardizing the US-Iran ceasefire. Meanwhile, US and Iranian delegates prepared to meet in Islamabad for the first round of peace talks. Trump says the shooting will start if an agreement is not met. And Netanyahu promises to continue hitting Hezbollah wherever necessary, the day after its biggest attack on Beirut. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has instructed his cabinet to begin peace talks with Lebanon, which would include the disarming of Hezbollah. In a statement, Netanyahu said, "In light of Lebanon's repeated request to open direct negotiations with Israel, I instructed the cabinet yesterday to start direct negotiations with Lebanon as soon as possible. The negotiations will focus on disarming Hezbollah and establishing peaceful relations between Israel and Lebanon." Iran earlier said its fingers remain on the trigger if Israel continued to strike Lebanon, labeling it a violation of the US-Iran ceasefire. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Wissam Kirouz, Al Arabiya news editor, and on Zoom, Shane McGinley, news editor of the Arabian Business Insights. Wissam and Shane, as always, great to have you on the show. Before we get to what we're going to talk about when it comes to Lebanon and Israel, we've had some more news out today that Hezbollah does not want to negotiate, does not want to be involved in these peace talks between Israel and Lebanon. Netanyahu is saying that we're going to come to the table, we're willing to discuss things. Where do we stand right now?
Well, it's not a surprise that Hezbollah does not want this direct negotiation between Lebanon and Israel. Let's remember, Hezbollah does not recognize the existence of Israel altogether. And also it has been really known that Hezbollah thrived on the idea that there is occupation and that occupation needs resistance. Now, having said this, it wasn't Netanyahu's idea to bring Lebanon into these negotiations. It's an initiative from Lebanon itself. Lebanon said that in front of this unjustified and unmatched force that Israel is exerting on Lebanon, which did not by any means choose this war, Lebanon offered negotiations. And now Israel saying okay for these negotiations, and it happened only after Donald Trump asked Netanyahu directly and personally to open this window. Why? Because first, America apparently is so keen on giving a chance to what will be happening in the next days in Islamabad, and they don't want any escalation in Lebanon to jeopardize any kind of positive vibes happening there. And apparently both Hezbollah and also Israel have some interest in sabotaging the Islamabad moment.
And it's really interesting that you say that, because President Donald Trump did speak to NBC News a little bit earlier. He says he's optimistic about the deal with Iran. He also said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had agreed in a call with Trump on Wednesday to low-key it with Lebanon after devastating strikes on Wednesday. So that's what the US president did say, but we're just getting some breaking news through saying the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah sites in Lebanon. Shane, I want to talk to you a little bit about what's going on. So we've just been speaking to Wissam about the situation in Lebanon at the moment, but new Israeli strikes have killed more people in southern Lebanon a day after 200 people died yesterday. So we're still seeing these strikes on Lebanon. Israel's military has said it killed the secretary to the head of Iran-backed Hezbollah militant group. What more can you tell us about the fatalities and the situation right now in Lebanon?
Well, yes, so, like you said, there's been hundreds of people killed sort of today and yesterday, and thousands of have been injured. And some of the numbers I was looking at range from in the number of total fatalities about 1,700 was one of the numbers I saw, and I think it's sort of the tragic that I think a lot of the focus has been on sort of like the Gulf states, rightfully, because it's seen as unusual to see missiles coming over sort of Dubai, and attacks on sort of Saudi infrastructure and Kuwait infrastructure and Omani ports and things like that. But I think the real humanitarian story is in Beirut, and I think it's tragic that it's not getting the amount of coverage that it is on the world stage, because it's just kind of seen as sort of normal to be happening in Lebanon. But I think, like, I was looking up at some of the, Reuters was interviewing some of the people on the ground today, and they were saying how there was a rescue worker who was unnamed saying that they were picking up body parts for most of the day, and that it was quite rare to see, entire bodies. The BBC was talking about how they interviewed people at some of the local morgues and how it was going to take time for the DNA results to come through. So I think it is it's the tragic story of this war, and I think that's not getting enough coverage, to be honest. And I think the only reason it's going to moving to the forefront of attention is because it's become a sort of pawn between, is the ceasefire working or not? And we've seen comments from the American and sort of Vice President J.D. Vance saying that it wasn't really included. We've seen the same from Netanyahu, but then we've seen the Iranians and the sort of Pakistanis saying that it was part of the original ceasefire plan. So it kind of beggars belief why this sort of, this is not even minor details. This is like specific things that is leading to these, hundreds of people being killed and civilians. Even if, from the Israeli point of view, I've seen them described in some of the official reports, as terrorists. And we saw earlier today that Israel had ordered evacuation of residents in the southern parts of Beirut, which hopefully, they're not going to follow through on if these talks do escalate. But then, as you said, the breaking news is that Hezbollah does not want to go to the table. So you need two people to talk for there to be talks. So I think generally this whole situation, it really makes me quite sad on many, many, many levels.
Wissam, I just want to reflect on something. I had a conversation with Mark Fitzpatrick earlier in my show from the US side of things, and he made the point that he doesn't think Lebanon is a top-tier issue in the Trump administration's mind right now when it comes to the ceasefire talks that will be happening in Islamabad. They are focused on Iran. Lebanon doesn't seem to be something where the focus is in the mind of President Trump.
I would say Lebanon has never been in the front line of any American agenda. But I do believe that Lebanon does really exist in Trump's back mind. It's always on the side. Trump has personal links to Lebanon. This is something we should not underestimate because, you know, in the world of Trump, it's always personal. Now, the story about Lebanon is so much linked to Iran. The problem with Lebanon right now is that there is a fraction, a certain part of Lebanon, which is Hezbollah, which is both Lebanese and Iranian at the same time, that decided at a very critical point of time to drag Lebanon into this war. And you have from the other side Israel that came with all that, you know, military might and unjustified and, in my opinion, counterproductive also violence that has been so violent that at the end will only give Hezbollah another reason to say, you see, we are facing this kind of enemy. This is why we need to keep our arms and to stay here. So somehow there is a certain alliance of interest between the two enemies where, okay, Hezbollah needs this occupation, needs this violence to keep its legitimacy or so-called legitimacy. And also Israel needed this in order to make this war even, you know, and to exert this might. Now, let's be back for a moment to the negotiations and why it's so important for America. If we are to give Trump the credit of disruption in this region, now there is a disruptive moment happening in Lebanon. This is a small country, but it's extremely important in the context of the Middle East. For the first time since 40 years, this small country, so fragile, so fragmented, is being given the right and the chance to sit on a table of negotiation with Israel. Let's not forget, Lebanon has been denied this right, first by the Syrians, second by the Iranians, and also by the Arabs. Now Lebanon is sitting on par with Israel, or will be sitting on a table. But the real problem of arms will not be on that table because Lebanon said clearly that it doesn't want Hezbollah to keep its arm. Hezbollah's arm arsenal is in the hand of Iran. And the decision about that is in the hand of Tehran. And it's going to have to be part of the deal between Tehran and Washington.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. President Trump says US forces will remain in place and warned the shooting starts if an agreement with Iran is not met during Friday's talks in Pakistan. Taking to Truth Social, the president wrote, the US military presence was appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy. The vice president, J.D. Vance, spoke to reporters as he prepared for the upcoming talks in Islamabad. Take a listen.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. I encourage the Iranians to come to the table seriously. We've seen some signs that they're going to do that. We've seen some signs of bravado. Fundamentally, we're in a good spot. They're reopening the straits. We have a ceasefire. And frankly, if they break their end of the bargain, then they're going to see some serious consequences.
Shane, let's have a little bit of a chat because we know Iran's deputy foreign minister ahead of these talks in Islamabad said the coming hours are extremely crucial. But we also actually heard from Iran's supreme leader a little bit earlier today. He did not appear in person, but his statement was read out on his behalf. And he has said that Iran will seek retribution for attacks on it, will take management of the Strait of Hormuz into a new phase, said Iran is resolute in taking revenge of its late supreme leader and its martyrs. So we have heard from the supreme leader of Iran, and it doesn't appear that he is looking as favorably to these negotiations as many probably would have hoped.
I think, to be honest, they have to ramp up the rhetoric. Like, if you think Trump set the barometer by saying, or set the bar saying that, he was going to wipe out an entire civilization before the deadline, 2 days ago. So I think, each side has to sort of up its game. Usually, you would see like Western and US presidents being sort of fairly cordial, or at least restraint in their sort of statements, but obviously that's gone completely out the window with the Trump administration. So to balance that, when you're going into negotiations, I think the Iranian side has to make equally sort of bombastic sort of type statements. But I think that's just sort of part of the theater, and we've seen this in going into sort of the Ukraine and other talks. So but I do get a sense of going into these talks that these are going to escalate, because Leigh Ann, how many times have we talked about talks about different, wars in Ukraine or in Gaza? But I do get a sense that these ones are not just sort of the starting block, and we're going to have to wait for some sort of meaty ones. I would hope that these ones are going to move forward, and definitely, they are on the cards. There's been a 2-kilometer perimeter being put around the luxury hotel in the Serena Hotel, I believe it's called, where all of the delegates are going to meet, and it's all going to happen. But when it comes down to the nitty gritty, what's on the table, we've got sort of the 10-point plan that from the Iranian side, then we've got the 15-point plan from Washington, and as we were discussing earlier, it's whether these are going to be possible. The Straits of Hormuz, there is the big sort of global stumbling block, but there's also the nuclear weapons issue. There's the missiles issue. There's the changing of the regime, which Trump had originally spoken about in February when all of this started. But where the Venn diagram is going to be between these 10-point plans and the 15-point plans from both sides is going to be the interesting point. And I think a lot of them don't really seem to be achievable. One of the Iranian ones is that they want all of the soldiers and to pull out of sort of Gulf bases, which have been in place for decades. I don't know if that's really going to be possible. Whether we can say from the US side that they've talked about how the Iranian sort of navy is at the bottom of the sea, and they've talked about how the skies are being dominated, and yet we still see missiles just even recently going into some sort of Gulf entities. So I'm optimistic that things are going to move quickly, but I think there is a long list of things to be sorted out, and they're not that close, I would say, yet to a negotiation. But we have 2 weeks, so hopefully these things will be able to be sorted out within 2 weeks. But the Straits is the main stumbling block. Like, a lot of countries have come out, the UK and the UN shipping body have come out and said that there cannot be a toll type system in place, and we've heard sort of reports that the Gulf countries won't accept that either. So that is going to be the main stumbling point, I think. But I can't, to be honest, I can't really blame the Iranians for looking to monetize the situation. It kind of reminds me of Donald Trump and the tariffs, when you use the economic mechanisms that you have to play with, and if you can make some cash out of it. It's all about the art of the deal, but now it's the art of the deal plus warfare, which is even more scary.
I think the Iranians are not in such a good shape to be exercising their famous art of the deal or negotiations technique, or this carpet making that they so well do in this time. I think the Iranians are diminished, completely diminished. And if we think about what happened in the last 40 days, they are extremely, completely different kind of state of dynamic. It's all different. But at the same time, are they finished completely? To be honest, of course not. And in a way, let's think about it this way. There is the Iranian regime from a regional perspective. it's much, much weaker than it used to be. And now, if this is all taken to the next level in Iraq and in Lebanon with Hezbollah, what remains the regime itself inside Iran? And I think an Iranian regime deprived of this expansionist nature and this ability to transpose its ideas within a regional network, if it doesn't have this, it will lose its very DNA and it will eventually collapse. So an Iranian regime that is inside Iran, eventually it's up to the Iranians to decide whether they want it or they don't want it. The important thing for the region is to stop having the Iranian regime as a regional power.
I want to talk a little bit about what the Iranians want, because it's been 40 days today since Ali Khamenei was assassinated in those attacks by the US and Israel. Hundreds of people took to the streets of Iran to mourn 40 days of the death of their supreme leader. Do you think Iranians are now starting to rally around the flag and they even more pro their country due to the bombardment that's been put on them?
I think the Trump rhetoric about wiping out the civilization of Iran was a drastic mistake, okay? But it doesn't mean that it will have such repercussions that it will make the people of Iran completely align with their regime. Having said this, we know that there is a hard element, a hard core center in Iran that is supportive of the regime. We know this. It's anywhere between 20 and 30% of the population. But
and we must remember there's 92 million people or so.
It's a huge country.
It's a huge country.
It's a huge country. And the regime has faced an appraisal. I mean, some 2 months ago, we have seen the killing, and apparently the killing of 6,000 to 7,000 or 8,000 people. They were the core of what could be, you know, a serious street solution. And now there is no regime that can be changed by an aerial campaign. We know this, and there is no serious street dynamic that can be born under the bombs. So we have to wait. And I suspect this regime in the next years, if it survives, it will be completely isolated. It will be within its region. And I do have I'm very suspicious about how it can sustain itself in the future.
And a lot of people, analysts and people in Iran, are saying how difficult it is for the Iranian people now. It was difficult originally when they first demonstrated in the streets because of the economic decline in the country. And now the people have faced constant bombardment. People who do not support the Iranian government, they don't have jobs now. Things are going to become even harder for those people.
If we think about the Iranian people,
yes,
it has been hard. It's going to be hard and harder. But at the same time, there is a window of change. We feel that when Trump says the regime has ended, I mean, it's not completely true, of course, but it's not completely wrong at the same time. There is definitely a certain new voice that will be heard. And it's not going to be like Dulce Rodriguez in Venezuela. It's going to be Iran's way. But something different is going to happen. And at the same time, Iran, we have seen 40 days of war, and now we have 2 weeks of negotiations. America, in my opinion, it's very hard to speculate with Trump. You cannot predict, analyzing what will happen. It's a very, very dangerous game. But I think America wants to give these negotiations a real chance. And I think the Iranians should understand that if they take the right decisions, it's their only way to stay on their feet.
And we'll see, of course, what happens as these talks get underway in Islamabad. Like you said, 2 weeks of talks. J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, will be at those talks. So I guess, as we always say, time will tell. Ceasefires.
J.D. Vance, who was against the war, apparently, who was the more skeptical person in the administration about the war.
Maybe they feel they can trust him more because he wasn't in the first 2 rounds of negotiations. There's been speculation about that, Shane. I don't know what you think, but it was Kushner and Witkoff in the first rounds of negotiations, and we're understanding Marco Rubio. And now, because Iran feels they can trust J.D. Vance because he wasn't in those initial talks.
Apparently, none of the people in the administration was so keen about this war, except Netanyahu, of course, who came and brought this plan and said it's going to be easy. And Trump himself, who was really convinced. I mean, we cannot underestimate his decision about that. Rubio does not like Iran, but was not so keen. And J.D. Vance was clearly against it. So maybe the signal is that there's a chance for peace in the mind of Trump. Let's give the man who was against this war the chance to deal with this war.
Shane, I don't know what...
I think the issue is like, I remember the Thursday before the attack started, we were having this conversation about would the Americans invade Iran, and I said no, but I was wrong. And I think the issues that we were talked about in that show, which seems so long ago, was that the Americans wanted them to get rid of all sort of nuclear capabilities, and they wanted to get rid of the missile capabilities, and they also wanted them to stop funding sort of the proxies. So these are some of the things that are in the sort of top 10 things that they want in their points. So it kind of feels like, what was the point of the war? Because the issues that were in place that weren't achieved and led to the war are still now being sort of renegotiated. So they weren't able to be solved when Oman was moderating back in February. So now that Pakistan is here, what has changed? And all that's happened is that there are more trump cards that Iran has to use in terms of attacking sort of Gulf allies to sort of so that they can put more pressure on Washington. They have the Straits, which is a huge trump card, and I don't think that should be underestimated. How long can all of these Asian and European economies sort of continue with rising energy prices? We're going to come on to India soon. That could be impacted. So I take on board what you're saying, that it has been a long war for Iran, but I genuinely think that the issues that were problematic at the start that led to the war are still problematic. They haven't been solved, and all we've done is sort of impact economies close to Iran and also on the other side of the world. So I think these negotiations will be intense, and 2 weeks could be optimistic. Like I said, I didn't think it would happen originally, so I'm not going to be optimistic that they'll be solved in 2 weeks.
But once again, we talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Wissam, you actually had a really good theory on the Strait of Hormuz, and I think your theory is correct, and I want you to speak to us, that being the second war in Donald Trump's mind. But just to repeat what the Iran Supreme Leader said, Iran will seek retribution for attacks on it, will take management of the Strait of Hormuz into a new phase. So Shane is essentially correct. 40 days ago, the Strait of Hormuz was international waters. It was open to all. Now, Iran could profit off that, put a tolling system in place, and keep this chokehold that it has on the global economy.
Leigh, I believe we are still under the impression and the false narrative that has been spread so widely just after the ceasefire was announced, which is the 10 points, the so-called 10 points of Iran, in which we are made to believe that America conceded the very fact that this Strait of Hormuz is now under the control of Iran. But let's think of it this way. Think of this war as two wars. There is the war that has been declared and waged by Trump 40 days ago, and that war has ended. And America has enough points to believe that it has achieved what it wanted to achieve, not Israel. So, and there is another war, the war that has been waged by Iran as a retaliation. It's a war against world economy, against, unfortunately, neighbors and friends alike in the region, which had nothing to do with war, and against oil prices. Now, this war is still going on. And Trump, if he ever stops the first one, he has to be in the second one. But he won't be alone in the second one. He wants all those who are impacted by the Strait of Hormuz to be part of it. He wants Europe in it. He wants India in it. He wants China in it. And I believe there is no way the world will allow to Iran to put a fee of $2 million on every ship sailing there. And in all cases, I mean, this crisis, it's cataclysmic for the energy of tomorrow.
Can I play devil's advocate before we move on? Because we're going to have to move on to another story now. But Donald Trump was lobbied not to go to war against Iran. And one of the main reasons for that was the Strait of Hormuz. People have been talking about this closing for years. People knew it was on Iran's doorstep. And Donald Trump, if we are to believe what people are saying behind the scenes, was told to shore up the Strait of Hormuz before attacking Iran. This was not done.
That was not done. I think it was underplayed, underestimated, which is really weird by a country like America, which has the best minds and analysts in the world. I mean, how could they not unsee this? But I believe that the Americans still believe that it will be open eventually. But let's talk about the real future. I want to be very quick. And I'll talk about worst-case scenarios. First scenario now, we know that the energy crisis can happen anytime. And this very old model of supplies, you know, when you talk about OPEC is all about one sentence, securing the energy supplies for the world. This has been broken by an OPEC member, by the way, which is Iran. Second, it's cataclysmic also for the very mind of the people of the energy of the future. Now we know that the next phase of our existence as a human species is AI and huge thirst and hunger for energy. Can it still come from energy, from fossil energy? Now we are talking about new reactors, about about fusion reactors in the next 10 days from Germany, from France, or from China. This is also something happened. And at the same time, Iran is now using a very old way and technique of using force in order to stop the flow of energy to the world. I believe in that point, the whole world needs to be aligned with Trump on this. And if you listen to what the Europeans said, and even the others, I mean, stop the war and we'll be there to open the Strait of Hormuz. Now the war is stopping, they have to come in.
Fascinating conversation, Shane and Wissam. I feel like we could talk about the Strait of Hormuz, the future of energy, how different countries have used nuclear and they seem to be safeguarded against what's happening on the Strait of Hormuz. But that's for a whole nother day. Thank you for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to another story now. And millions of Indians have begun voting in Assam, Kerala and Puducherry in a test for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his BJP party. The electoral cycle will extend to West Bengal and Tamil Nadu later this month. So, Wissam, we're going to start talking about India, and it all kind of circles back to the Middle East when we talk about India, because they rely on so much of their energy, which of course comes from the Middle East, for more than 40% of its crude oil, which is huge numbers. So regional elections have begun in a number of states. What more do we know, and how important is this?
Well, there is a certain link between these elections and what's happening in the Middle East. The energy crisis is driving the prices up, and the prices is creating an inflation problem in India, and the inflation is playing a role in the elections. Let's not forget that India is a completely different kind of political system. It's very decentralized, and these elections are in the regions. So they are not just local, they are a political temperature check for the region. It's the party, the BJP, that is now testing how much it still has the warmth within this population. It's a country that it is being in charge of for the last decades or more. And these elections revolve around local governance more than, world politics and India. But I wanted to say something. It would have made sense if Narendra Modi was more involved as a person in the mediation between America and Iran. He is very much a person in the middle, and it's very, also interesting to see that it's his foe, his very foe, this Pakistan, that has been playing this role.
And that is so interesting because a lot of people are saying Pakistan has a lot of work to do and a lot of work to do when it comes to the ceasefire because they have influence but they don't have leverage. So a lot of people are saying actually Pakistan has to work pretty hard to see if they can be seen as a negotiator on the global stage when it comes to these talks between the US and Iran.
They have the trust of Iran, the Pakistani, and they have a very good relation with, as a military, with America. And also, they represent a very deep and strong relation with the Arab Gulf countries, specifically with Saudi Arabia, which is really the elephant in the room in the story. It is the country that has been targeted by Iran. This is not something to be taken lightly. I know the rhetoric is not talking a lot about it, but the Gulf countries has been targeted by Iran. I suspect this is something that will have huge repercussions. And there is a defense pact between between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, and it had to have something with the fact of why Pakistan, but not only Pakistan. There is a huge role that has been played by Egypt as well and by Turkey. So Egypt, Turkey, Pakistan, all revolving around Arab Gulf states, most notably Saudi Arabia.
Wissam, always so good to have your insights. But Shane, we're going to get back to India, because what's the significance of the polls? Really, for Narendra Modi, we have to remember one thing. I was just having a look, actually, because I feel like as long as I can remember, Modi has been ruling India. It's 11 years that Modi has been in power for, so that's a long time.
It is, but as we've seen in the last year under Planet Trump, anything can happen. So I think it is a litmus test basically for Modi, and in some ways because he's been in for such a long time, people might think, oh, we want to change. And the 4 states that are sort of going to represent about sort of 20% of the Indian population, so it's a sort of significant test to see what is likely to happen in the states ahead of federal elections later on. And if you look at the different states, there's one of them that's pretty much guaranteed for Modi. There's 2 of them where the outlook is going to be quite tight, and the 4th one is likely to go for the opposition. But obviously the opposition are hoping that what's happening with the energy crisis and what's happening with the Straits will have a stranglehold on economics and will push people to vote for change, so that's what the opposition is going to be pushing for. And there is some merit in that, because if there was only quite recently the main Reserve Bank of India came out and said that they were going to possibly look at pushing up rates because of inflation is going up, and inflation is going up because energy is getting more expensive. Energy is more expensive because of what's happening in Iran. So if interest rates go up, that will make it more difficult for Indian businesses and people across the board in general. And inflation goes up, that means food's going to get more expensive. Everything's going to get more expensive in India. So the fact that only really one of the 4 states is guaranteed, and the other 3 we have to wait and see. And the fact that I think as well why this is so important is, I thought it was interesting in the analysts, they looked at the voter turnout has been really high in the first states that have voted, kind of up around like 76%. And if you were having elections in the US or the UK and you had that sort of level of turnout, that would be seen as, completely unprecedented. So that people are coming out, they are using their vote. Indian people in these 4 states are going to show what they think of Modi. It's sort of going to be difficult to call. I think it's likely a lot of this sort of initial analysis that Modi will come out tops in 3 of the states anyway, but we won't really know until May 4th, I think, is when we will have some sort of indication of it. But I think in the same way that, the Americans will decide with Trump in the midterms towards the end of this year, all of the electorates around the world are going to come out and give their verdict on how they think their leaders are performed. And I think this is going to be the first test for Modi to see what Indians are feeling and if they've had enough and they want change.
And it's so interesting, isn't it? We talk about the midterm elections coming up in the US. One thing we didn't get to touch on there actually was Russia, because we must remember that India will be buying oil from Russia. Russia has been benefiting greatly from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Some people saying Russia's been the biggest beneficiary when it comes to this war with Iran. But sadly, we are out of time. We could have spoken about that for ages, but now we're going to get to that time of the show where Wissam and Shane have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And I just want to tell our audience what's really weird about this. Both Shane and Wissam chose wedding stories. So I found that quite interesting. So we're going to start with Shane's wedding story first, and then Wissam's wedding story. I think I'm dealing with two very romantic men here. But Shane,
wait and see before you judge too early. My story might not be very romantic.
Oh, it's not romantic. Okay, well, fun weddings are always good. But Shane, let's talk to you a little bit about wedding etiquette.
Yeah, I thought this is intriguing because we're getting into the summer when you generally it's sort of wedding season and you sort of have all these destination weddings, and I remember my own wedding 8 years ago, and a lot of these sort of etiquettes I would have thought are extremely obvious, but having had a wedding and had attended a wedding, a lot of the time they aren't. The number one sort of crime that you can do, according to Nick from Country House Weddings, who compiled these, is that if you don't respond within a week to the RSVP, to the initial invitation, and I think that is fair enough. It has to be courteous. I think nowadays there's a lot of digital invitations to go, but a lot of the other ones, you think this is really obvious, you shouldn't do it, but you shouldn't assume to bring a +1. That's fair enough. If it says no children, don't bring your children. I've seen people do that. That does happen. The other one, which is a modern one, is that a lot of couples want an unplugged ceremony, which is basically where you don't post pictures on social media. Again, I have seen that when I was a best man. I had to tell people, please stop taking photos and putting them on Facebook. In terms of gifts, cash is now fine, but you apparently shouldn't bring the gifts to the wedding venue. And then this one is bizarre as well. As an Irish person, I can't believe this, that he recommended that you should stay till at least the cutting of the cake, when usually any wedding I go to, you're trying to get all the guests out by 5 a.m. or something like that. And also, this is one where you may remember there was rumours at one of the British princesses' weddings where I think Meghan Markle revealed her pregnancy. The two cardinal rules are: you do not announce a pregnancy or any significant event at someone else's wedding. And also, Leigh Ann, you should take this on board. Women should not wear white or anything remotely similar to white or cream, so you don't clash with the bride and upstager. So I think these all seem obvious, but apparently they're not.
I will say one thing. When it comes to wedding etiquette, I never RSVP. I'm going to go. Like, if you're going to invite me, I'm going to go. And I'm always go on my own. So my friends just know. If they invite me, I'm going to come. Like, you don't need to ask me. It's fine. I'll be there.
The problem is that if they assume that you might not come, this is the problem.
Then they think the wedding will be boring. They're just checking to see if I'm going to come or not. And another thing is, I find it really sad. I love buying people gifts and giving them lovely gifts with nice wrapping. Don't you think that's lovely at a wedding?
Well, I think everything's changing. It's not the wedding etiquette only that is changing. It's the marriage etiquette that is changing. The whole world is changing. But I believe that bringing a gift to a wedding is one of the nicest gestures that you can do. But apparently people are not expecting this anymore. And in some countries, they only expect a certain amount of money that will be transferred to what they call liste de mariage, which is the wedding list. And this is so not personal, but it's more practical for the newlyweds.
Yeah.
Sorry, Leigh Ann.
I feel quite sad about that. I feel like I'd break a lot of those rules, actually, to be honest with you. But I always think as long as you just pitch up and have a good time, who really cares? And Wissam, your story is about a wedding and a very popular guest. Did the guest RSVP? Did they have etiquette, do you think?
This personal guest never RSVPs, and you'll see. I mean, it's a wedding that was supposedly happening within a Yemeni community. We believed it was in Yemen, but now we suspect it's in America within a Yemeni community. It's a Trump-like person who is very much like Trump was speaking about Yemen, and we see all those Yemeni people crazy about Trump, who is visiting and entertaining basically the Yemeni community, which I believe is happening in America. And if it is happening by any chance in Yemen, that would be a great story. At the same time, this is only the tip of the iceberg, Leigh Ann. We have seen the resurgence of the Trump-like phenomenon in the Arab world in such a way that is so entertaining, in fact. Not so long ago, we discovered the Iraqi Trump, who is a guy who sells chickpeas on the streets of Baghdad. And we also remember the very famous Pakistani Trump, who has been stealing the spotlight in his country for the last couple of years. So Trump-like people are making sensation everywhere in the Arab world.
I'll just say one thing. That Donald Trump that we see there, he looks more red than orange. Because Donald Trump, I just want, just in case he's impersonating, I just want him to, like, check his makeup slightly. He could go for the more bronze look. But I'll tell you something. If I was getting married, I would absolutely love to have a Donald Trump impersonator at my wedding. He always makes me laugh, Donald Trump, especially when he does the dances, young man, and he does... He's got the moves.
He's a pop icon. I mean, forget about politics. In the future, in the very far
future. He's a TV star at the end of the day.
This guy, of course, he's a TV star, but he's a pop icon. I mean, he has been creating cliches, icons for generations to come. It is not a person that the world will forget very soon, and especially not us journalists. So, I mean, we still have at least some less than 3 years of Trump. Let's see how many headlines we are still ahead of us.
I must say something. I still remember Trump's first term, because I was a journalist and a reporter doing that. And I remember waking up one morning and seeing that he had called Kim Jong-un in North Korea Little Rocket Man. And I remember it just amused me so much. And I look back on that and I think, gosh, we've come a long way, haven't we? He's still got some good insults up his sleeve, Donald Trump. But great stories. Thank you so much to our guest, Wissam Kiruz, Al Arabiya news editor, and of course Shane McGinley, news editor of the Arabian Business Insights. Thank you so much for both joining me, and that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme today, Lebanon's health ministry says more than 200 people were killed in Wednesday's Israeli airstrikes. The UN calls the toll appalling. We ask, why isn't Lebanon included in a US-Iran ceasefire deal? And with Lebanon left out, Iran is threatening to scrap the ceasefire. We look ahead to the upcoming US-Iran peace talks in Pakistan and ask, what hope do they offer? Plus, we examine the growing use of religious rhetoric in the United States and its political discourse. All of that to come today. Hello and welcome to the programme. It has been 2 days since the Iran war ceasefire. Well, Iran, the US and Israel have agreed to stop attacking each other, but in Lebanon there has been an uptick in violence. Well, excluded from the truce, Lebanon's civil population is still bearing the brunt of the war. Well, fresh Israeli strikes have killed at least 7 people. This just the day after more than 200 people were killed in attacks across the country, including in the capital, Beirut. Well, Lebanon's Prime Minister has declared today a national day of mourning. Well, the ongoing violence is now raising serious questions about the effectiveness of the 2-week ceasefire between Washington and Tehran. Well, let's bring into the conversation Michel Hello, who is the Secretary General of the Lebanese political party, the National Bloc. He joins us from Beirut. Always a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Hello. Thank you for your time. I'd just like to start by asking you what the situation is there in Beirut today.
The situation is quite terrible. Yesterday, we lived one of the worst days Beirut has ever gone through in the last decades. We're talking about across the country, more than 200 people killed, a lot of civilians among them, hundreds of buildings and other targets destroyed by Israel. It was a very, very, very hard day. It was a day of mayhem, of havoc across the city specifically. And it's the first time in the last week specifically that Beirut is targeted that heavily. And on top of that, the problem is that we're also lost because no one knows, not even the government, neither even Hezbollah, which is fighting, no one knows whether we are actually included or not in that ceasefire. Just the people, us, we do know that we're not because we're getting bombed, but the reality is that there is a huge sense of, being just abandoned by everyone, obviously by Hezbollah that is fighting Iran's war against Israel, but also by our government in front of this Israeli brutality.
Yeah, I mean, Iran is, however, threatening to scrap the ceasefire deal precisely for this reason, that Lebanon has not been included in it. And I'm wondering whether that's something that Hezbollah will then use to show the Lebanese people that, in fact, they will claim to be more humane and more reasonable than anyone else. I mean, can they spin quite a lot of what's been happening to their advantage, do you think?
That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to portray. I don't think it's going to happen because very basically Hezbollah is Iran's tool and not the opposite. So, what happened is very clear. Iran has signed on a ceasefire with the U.S. while Israel is still bombing Lebanon. So we're clearly not in this ceasefire. And I don't see, until now, we haven't seen Iran being able to impose a ceasefire on Lebanon. More than that, it's pretty clear that, when Iran goes to war, it takes Hezbollah with them. So Lebanon gets destroyed. But when it signs peace, Lebanon is forgotten, on the side, is abandoned. So we stay as an arena for foreign conflicts. And we've gone through this for the last 3 years. So I think things are pretty clear when it comes to the relationship between Iran that gives the orders and Hezbollah that executes. Hezbollah is the first line of defense for Iran, and Iran is ready to sacrifice Hezbollah and Lebanon for its own interests.
How much would you say Israel has managed to weaken Hezbollah during the course of the last 4 weeks, Michel?
Militarily, it has definitely weakened Hezbollah a lot. We're talking about more than 1,000 Hezbollah fighters killed. A lot of their also ammunition stocks and their stocks of rocket launchers and others that were destroyed. And unfortunately, Israel is advancing on our land, and they've gone through already, the first line of villages, and they're getting through to, a couple of kilometers, close to 7-8 kilometers north of our southern border. But this is also a disaster because Israel is ready to destroy anything on its way to crush Hezbollah. So we've lost dozens of villages in the south. Those villages are being blown entirely. It's not as if just there was a bit of fighting. It's literally they're going and they're blowing houses one by one. They're also destroying bridges and other civilian infrastructure. So the price that we as Lebanese pay for Iran and Israel's war is absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, and more than 1 million people have been displaced as a result of what you've just been talking about, as well as hundreds of people killed. Does that represent an opportunity, do you think, for Hezbollah to perhaps recruit new members who might be, some of those 1 million people who are profoundly aggrieved at having been driven away from their homes?
It's a very good point that you make here, and this is definitely what Hezbollah tries to do. They always try to show that, we are a resistance movement. But I think that a lot of people, no matter how abhorrent Israel's behavior in Lebanon is, and no matter how much people are disgusted by Israel, I think that people realize that between 2000 and 2023, there was, and even 2024, there was not a single square meter of Lebanese land that was occupied by Israel. And this is the period that Hezbollah has used to grow its arsenal, to open a war in 2006, to do an internal coup against our government, 2008, to assassinate nearly an entire political class, and to go wage a war in Syria in support of Bashar al-Assad's government on the orders of Iran. So it's become pretty clear that Hezbollah is not a resistance movement. Hezbollah is a militia of mercenaries at the orders of Iran. Unfortunately, there's a lot of Lebanese members, and nearly all members are Lebanese. But the reality is that the financing, the funding, the political orders, the ideology, all of that is Iranian and not Lebanese. So today we're really, between a rock and a hard place, between Israel's behavior, the violations of human rights, the war crimes, the bombings, the destruction, the rhetoric, which is also extremely scary and disgusting. And on the other hand, what Hezbollah has done to our country and the immense volume of destruction it has waged also on the country, transforming it into an arena for war, for Iran's wars in the region. So I think that a lot of Lebanese, are really aware of this, and a large majority of the Lebanese supported the government's decision in disarming Hezbollah. And a couple of months ago, when surveys were conducted, we talked about approximately 80% of the Lebanese supporting disarming Hezbollah.
Right. And we spoke yesterday to Tracy Shamoun, who I'm sure you're familiar with. And she said, the average Lebanese person is completely fed up with Hezbollah, but they're also completely fed up with Israel. So as you say, the Lebanese are stuck in the middle of that. One new dimension here, and just thinking about the evacuation orders that have been issued by Israel in the south of the country and in other areas, the displacement of that 1.1 million people we were talking about earlier, that's clearly changed the demographic of towns and villages across Lebanon. And I'm wondering whether these now Israeli strikes on non-traditional Hezbollah strongholds has resulted in sectarian tensions in the country. Have you seen that at all?
Definitely, there's an important risk of sectarian tensions, and we've seen these tensions grow over the years. If you take the 2006 war, the amount of the hospitality of other communities towards the displaced communities, most of them Shia Lebanese, but not only, hospitality was absolutely impressive. It was still extremely high in 2024, despite the fact that it was the second war, despite the fact that Hezbollah had lost a lot of its popularity. Today, people are still behaving with a lot of maturity, honestly, and I think it's pretty impressive to see that in Lebanon, with all the cultural diversity that we have, with all the political differences that we have in that country. But definitely there are more tensions, and there's a lot of risks that these tensions end up, transforming and shifting into potentially civil strife at some point if the government doesn't do its job. And here I think we get to the most important point, which is that we are still to see our government, our state, taking action. We need to see the intelligence showing and finding Hezbollah and Iranian fighters in Lebanon and arresting them. We need to see our army being deployed in the streets of Beirut and the streets of Dahieh, Beirut's southern suburbs. We need to see our judiciary playing its role. We need to have to feel that there is a state, If you're not at the table of negotiations, well, you're going to be on the menu. And this is exactly what we're going for.
Right.
Because our state is not present, because we're not at the table of the negotiations, because we don't have proper sovereignty, well, we are being crushed by both Israel and Hezbollah.
But Mr. Heller, people that I've put that question to, and I've posed similar questions to Lebanese politicians and said, where is the state? Where is the army? Why aren't you taking matters into your own hands? Why aren't you rounding up Hezbollah members and dealing with them? They tell me that would simply trigger a civil war in the country. Are they being unduly alarmist, would you say?
Tom. The only people threatening with civil war are Hezbollah, because Hezbollah has been used to equating peace, civil peace in Lebanon, to basically them maintaining their weapons. So every time we tell Hezbollah, look, you might need to hand in your weapons to the state. We don't want to make any problems, but we cannot build a state next to a militia that is stronger and better funded and and extremely dangerous in our country. So you will have to give your weapons in. Every time we say that, Hezbollah threatens with a civil war. The reality is that when a state actually takes action to reduce the influence and disarm a militia, this is not called a civil war. This is applying the law. This is implementing the decisions of the Council of Ministers. And you know what? Even if that would have cost us maybe a couple of hundreds of casualties in fighting between the army and Hezbollah, even that, which is the worst scenario, if we had done our job last year, if the government had done its job last year, it would have still been much better than the scenario we're going through currently. We're talking about close to 2,000 people killed, thousands of people injured. We're talking about dozens of villages razed to the ground. What are we talking about? This is much, much, much worse than any confrontation between the army and Hezbollah. So when Hezbollah tells you the risk is a risk of civil war, it is actually himself threatening the government and the other Lebanese of that civil war. And I believe we need to stop being afraid of Hezbollah and stop believing their threats.
Okay, and just lastly, I want to ask you about Israel's presence in the south of Lebanon, south of the Litani River, where we've been talking about how they've forced people to leave their homes. They've razed entire towns and villages to rubble. Does it look to you like Israel is poised for a land grab? And do you think they're going to try to hold on to that, what I think is about 10% of Lebanese territory, and perhaps never leave it?
Unfortunately, it's a risk. It is an important risk. All the more so because the Israeli government has gone further and further and further to the right. We have fanatics in government today with people like Smotrich and Ben Gvir. So there's this permanent messianic rhetoric, those threats of grabbing South Lebanon, saying that Litani River in Lebanon should be their northern border, etc. So there is a risk. However, in the last war, Israel did withdraw from the majority of the land that it had occupied during the 3-month war in 2024. It only kept 5 points at the border. So effectively, had we been able to implement the ceasefire agreement in 2024, which meant Israel stopping its attacks and withdrawing, but also Lebanon disarming Hezbollah, maybe we would have been able to avoid this. Today, with the current government, with the pressure that we have with the absence of our government, well, the risk of Israeli occupation is higher and higher and higher. And I think this is a huge danger for us. So we need to be extremely firm. We need to reclaim our sovereignty in order to be able to launch a strong diplomatic initiative to reclaim our credibility. We need to be credible towards the US, towards the international community, so they can help us pressure Israel and have them withdraw from our land.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much. Michel Helou, the Secretary General of the Lebanese political party, the National Bloc. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
We're joined now by Khalil Helou, who is a retired general from the Lebanese army. He joins us now from Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, General Helou. I gather that today, or in the last 24 hours, 4 Lebanese army soldiers have been killed in Israeli strikes. I'd just like to ask you, what is the latest on the situation where you are there in the capital?
Yes, well, regarding the Lebanese armed forces, they are not participating in any combat mission. Initially, their mission was to implement the United Nations Resolution 1701. And as they are deployed in hot areas, we are having martyrs and victims in the ranks. Now, regarding what Israel did yesterday in Beirut and in several other areas, more than 55 targets have been hit, and a lot of people have been killed. But if I can allow myself to analyze what happened exactly. Now, usually during the 5 weeks of combat, Israelis were warning the citizens to leave the areas they intend to strike. And it happened half an hour ago in Beirut southern suburbs. They asked the population to leave some areas. And when they were targeting Hezbollah operatives, they were not warning, of course, but they were targeting them in cars or on roads and even in apartments or houses. And when these Hezbollah operatives were hit, and if it happens that civilians were around, these civilians were falling also. And this is exactly what happened yesterday. Yesterday, it was a huge Israeli operation. They bombed regardless of citizens. We had 205 people who have been killed, 33 who are missing, and 1,100 who are hurt, who are wounded, and a lot of them are still in hospital. So this is exaggerated. This is criminal. Yeah, when civilians are not spared in these strikes, regardless of the objective, knowing that the Lebanese, not all the Lebanese approve Hezbollah. All of them do not approve Hezbollah, and Hezbollah operatives left the areas where they have popular support, and they are disseminated within areas where they are not welcome. And unfortunately, when they are hit in these areas, the people who are falling are majorly non-Hezbollah supporters. And this is totally unacceptable, and it is really a crime. So what happened yesterday is if we can compare to what happened during the 2 past years, I don't know if if you remember the pagers operation, where pagers have been booby-trapped, and Hezbollah were carrying these pagers, and these pagers exploded, and they had 3,000 people who have been wounded, seriously wounded. This operation of yesterday is it resembles a lot what happened with the pagers, but this time with civilian casualties, and it was a very hard strike. So this is what happened, and unfortunately, the Lebanese government missed the opportunities during the past year. We had the opportunity to deploy our army efficiently in several areas in Lebanon in order to gather to have the weapons of Hezbollah in order to implement the 1701 resolution of the United Nations Security Council. But it didn't happen because of political divisions, because of the presence of Hezbollah ministers within the government. We have 2 Hezbollah ministers within the government, and all this time was lost, and now we have a very dramatic situation.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you what you read into the timing of this escalation. I mean, why do you think Israel decided to escalate on the very day that the ceasefire between Iran, Israel, and the United States took effect?
Well, I think that once the ceasefire was implemented between Iran and Israel, Israel now is more busy with Lebanon. It's focused on Lebanon, more focused on Lebanon. They were striking Iran at 1,000 kilometers away. Their air force was very busy there. But when they stopped their war on Iran, they turned toward Lebanon. I think this is one of the factors. But I think also it was, let's say, a serious warning to Hezbollah in order to stop firing on Israel. And the timing, I think, is not related to the ceasefire. It's regardless of the ceasefire. It's a technical issue, and I don't think that it is an attempt to to undermine the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. The Israelis usually they comply with U.S. Desires or U.S. demands.
There was hope that Lebanon was going to be covered by the ceasefire, but clearly it isn't. And now Iran is threatening to walk away from the ceasefire deal on the grounds that Lebanon is not included. How does that sit with the Lebanese public? Because some might say that makes Hezbollah look more humane and more reasonable than the United States or Israel.
Well, the Lebanese public is very concerned about what's going on, and the Lebanese public, of course, desires a ceasefire in order to be relieved from all these pressures. But the Lebanese public was also concerned once the war with Iran will stop, or when there will be a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. Anyway, our public was concerned because we know that when there will be a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel, Hezbollah will turn inward. And they were threatening to undermine the government and even to topple the government. They were clearly sending signs and warnings, and even their politicians and their leaders were talking about toppling the government. They were saying, once this war will finish, we will topple the government and we will replace it by a government that is favorable to Hezbollah. So in all cases, Lebanon was not in a desirable situation, let's say.
Does it look to you like Hezbollah has managed to regroup, rearm, gain strength since the ceasefire was signed in 2024? And if so, how have they done that?
Well, sir, I don't think that Hezbollah rearmed. But we have to remember the first ceasefire that occurred in 2006. So for 17 years before 2023, Hezbollah was arming on a daily basis through Damascus airport, Aleppo airport, through Syrian territory. And you know that the former Syrian regime was allied to Iran, and Syria was a land bridge between Iran and Lebanon. So Iran armed hugely Hezbollah with weapons, and Hezbollah knew, and they followed a tactic that was very smart. They know that when there is an Israeli operation in Lebanon, the air superiority is to Israel. So they cannot maneuver on the ground openly. So what they did, they dug these tunnels in all the villages in South Lebanon, and even in the Bekaa and in the southern suburbs of Beirut, and they stockpiled huge weaponry for that allows them to forget about, let's say, logistic lines. Israel never struck one car of weapons or ammunition for Hezbollah for the past 2 years. So from where these weapons came, they were stockpiled in the tunnels for years on a daily basis, and in concealed trucks and concealed cars, and in, let's say, it was a huge work, patiently and let's say quietly, with very organized skills. In every village in South Lebanon, Hezbollah had a group of fighters that were locals. They didn't even need to have, let's say, other units coming from Beirut or from Baalbek or from the Bekaa in order to support them during the past 2 years. So these weapons were there, and no new weapons arrived to Lebanon since 2023. And you know better than me that the Syrian border with Lebanon was scrutinized by the Israeli Air Force, and they were bombing every suspect convoy coming to Lebanon. And when the Syrian regime fell in December 2024, it was impossible for Iran to use Syria as a land bridge. Maybe some smuggling occurred through the border, but this smuggling was non-significant compared to what they received as heavy missiles and during all these years.
General Hello, just lastly, I mean, we spoke to Tracy Shamoun, who I'm sure you're familiar with there in Lebanon. We spoke to her yesterday, and she seemed to be suggesting that this conflict is somehow giving Hezbollah a new lease of life. This in a number of ways, not least because the effect of killing innocent Lebanese civilians on the part of the Israelis is somehow legitimizing Hezbollah. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, yes and no, because I am watching the reactions today toward what happened yesterday in Beirut. The population of Beirut is very upset and is accusing Hezbollah of using the civilian population as human shields. But the supporters of Hezbollah are having totally opposed, let's say, positionings. They are supporting more and more Hezbollah. They are concerned if Hezbollah weakens, what's going to happen to them. So the Lebanese public is divided. And this is not new, and this is not a secret to anyone. The Lebanese public, since years ago, very long time ago, not from 2 years, but from 26 years, when Israel withdrew completely from Lebanon, a huge part of the population was asking the disarmament of Hezbollah. And all the governments that succeeded, they were controlled by the Syrians at that time, the former Syrian regime, and nothing happened. On the contrary, Hezbollah was enforced and supported by the Syrian regime and so on. So the public opinion in Lebanon is vertically divided. The pro-Hezbollah are more and more supportive to Hezbollah, and the others who want the sovereignty of the state, who want to implement the state of law in Lebanon, they want the disarmament of Hezbollah now in order for the Lebanese government to negotiate with Israel and negotiate with the whole world on a strong basis. And this strong basis could not see the light if the sovereignty of the state is not implemented. You know that there are areas in Lebanon, like the southern suburbs, like the northern Bekaa, that are out of control of the state, and they are controlled by Hezbollah. And unfortunately, Hezbollah continues to act as if they are the sole decision makers. They decide war and peace when they want without consulting anyone.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Khalil Helloud, retired general from the Lebanese army. Thank you for your time, sir.
Welcome.
Well, the Iran war is increasingly being framed in religious terms, with some of President Donald Trump's supporters, particularly evangelicals, casting it as a battle between good and evil. Well, in recent days, President Trump has repeatedly used Christian language, calling the rescue, for example, of a downed U.S. airman an Easter miracle, and even suggesting that U.S.-Israeli strikes have God's blessing. Well, while some are embracing religious rhetoric linking scripture to the modern state of Israel, critics say the administration is using it to justify the war. Well, faith leaders have called President Trump's actions un-Christian, with Pope Leo himself condemning the president's remarks, notably his comments about eradicating the entire Iranian civilization. Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Pastor Mark Burns, who is President Trump's spiritual advisor, who joins us now from South Carolina. Welcome back to the programme, Pastor Burns. We're also joined by Sir Gerald Howarth, the former UK Defence Minister, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. A very warm welcome back to both of you. Let me start by asking you, Pastor Burns. President Trump says, quote, "Religion is back. It's hotter than ever." Do you agree that there's been a kind of spiritual revival in the United States?
Well, absolutely. I mean, President Trump, regardless of his personal life, from his previous life before becoming president, is literally one of the most Christian presidents that we've ever had regarding the laws and regulations that he's created to protect Christians in America. This nation, America, was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. And so because of that, we're getting back to those principles that made us great. And that is protecting those of us who believe in the name of Jesus Christ as Messiah. And President Trump has led the way. God has anointed President Trump through the law, through the legal practices of America to protect the church and allow us to do the Great Commission in this time period.
OK, thanks for that, Pastor Burns. So, Gerald, let me turn to you. Would you agree with that? Or would you err on the side that we're looking here at the mobilization of religion for political ends?
Well, Tom, it's a bit hard to speak about the religious situation in the United States, although as a church warden and a practicing Christian here in the United Kingdom, it goes without saying that I'm delighted to hear what Pastor Burns is saying. That is indeed very encouraging, for there is a real need in the whole of Western civilization to reevaluate our understanding of the importance of the Christian faith to our values, our customs, our traditions, our institutions, our laws, everything that governs us. And I can't speak for the United States, but certainly speak for the United Kingdom, where we are having a growing Muslim population, which obviously is not in itself a problem, but there are a lot of people who have come here and do not seem happy with the fact that we are a Christian country.
Pastor Burns, I'd like to ask you about something that's created a lot of headlines in the last week or so. I expect you know Paula White-Cain. Perhaps you know her personally. Yes. She said a number of things. She said that President Trump is the greatest champion of faith in any presidency. She also compared President Trump to Jesus by saying that he was similarly betrayed and persecuted. I'd like to ask you whether you think that comparison is valid, or would you say, as some have done, that comparisons like that are actually blasphemous?
Well, you know, what is blasphemous is to try to block the Christian community from practicing our faith in public. What is blasphemy is to believe that God has created multiple genders when he's only created two genders, male and female. What is blasphemy is to allow children to cut themselves up and change their sex, even without parents' permissions, like in the state of California. So the Paula White was not saying that President Trump is like Jesus, but to be honest with you, we all are like Jesus when we are followers of his commandments, to be like him. That's what Christians are, to be Christ-like. And it is true that President Trump was portrayed. It is true that all of us can see ourselves in Christ. That's what it means to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, that we are like him, not him. There's but one true and living God, and there's one begotten Son. And it was not blasphemous at all, because we've all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, with the exception of Jesus Christ himself, who is sinless and blameless. But it is true that we can see Jesus walked a life as a man. Even though he was God, he walked a life as a man and felt our emotions, so that when he went to the cross, he knew exactly what it felt like to be a human. God could have easily just wiped our sins away, but no, he sent his Son, Jesus, and he lived as a man for 33 years. He bled, he suffered, he cried. Even when his best friend, Lazarus, died. So we can all see ourselves in Christ. We can all relate, just like Jesus was able to relate exactly to us as the creations, him being the creator, the Son of the living God. We can see ourselves in Christ. And that's what Paula was saying when she said that.
What did you think of that, Sir Gerald? Do pick up on any of the points made there by Pastor Burns. I mean, were you surprised there was a backlash when Paula White-Cain made those comments?
No, I'm not surprised, because despite what the pastor says, the fact is that to hold out any of us walking this planet today are somehow to be compared with our Lord, I think is pretty well blasphemous. We all seek to follow the ways of the teachings of the Christian faith, but we are all sinners. It is part of the human condition, and I don't think that it helps if we do try to suggest that any of us is somehow comparable to Jesus. Although, as the pastor says, we all strive to be in the image of our Lord, and as we've just been celebrating the resurrection on Easter Sunday here in the village where I live last Sunday, one of my friends who served in the Royal Navy was saying that we are all witnesses to the fact that Jesus Christ lives today in and through us. But I think that it becomes a bit dangerous when we seek to harness religion for what is going on at the moment. It is true that Iran is an Islamist theocratic nation run by a bunch of evil lunatics. That is certainly the case, and they are motivated clearly by their religion. But their religion does not justify what they have been doing. To remind your viewers, not that they really need reminding in the Gulf. People here do need reminding, but not perhaps in the Gulf. But he's a threat to his own people. He has, as we've seen, the retaliation against those who protested against the regime was brutal and evil. So he has tyrannized his own people. He is a tyranny in the Middle East by supporting financially Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and he threatens the rest of us, or Iran threatens the rest of us, through its attempt to create a nuclear weapon. And I don't think any of us can take an assurance from any of these clerics in Tehran that they have no intention of creating a nuclear weapon. Those are the immediate issues which threaten us. And it's true that over there, they are doing it in the name of Allah. And they're trying to drive Israel into the Mediterranean Sea on the same basis. So if any of us on this side of the fence pray in aid our Christian faith, well, we shouldn't be criticized by Islamists.
Okay, Pastor Burns, do feel free to pick up on any of what's just been said there. And in particular, the context that Sir Gerald was mentioning there, there has been a war taking place, although a ceasefire is in place, although clearly not applicable to Lebanon at the moment, where they've seen horrific violence in the last 24 hours, the context of Easter and Palm Sunday. And in that context, we heard from Pope Leo on Palm Sunday saying that the war that's been taking place in this part of the world is, quote, atrocious. He also said that the name of Jesus should never be invoked to propagate a war. Do you side with the Pope on that?
Well, what is atrocious is the 47 years of tyranny by this evil regime in the name of their religion. 47 years of active terrorism sponsored by Iran and Tehran. 47 years of beheadings and assassinations and car bombings, hijackings, airplane destructions led by Iran, and their desire to have a nuclear weapon. Listen, let's just be very clear. President Trump done this with strength. Iran has come to the table because of the true threat of strength that President Trump displayed with the full might of the United States military. And again, that was only a fraction of what we offered. The president didn't unleash, as I stated erroneously, the full might. That was just a piece of what the United States has. But the purpose of that is not to wage war, but to prevent war. Again, the whole basis and the whole purpose of this was really Operation deny Iran from having a nuclear weapon. And right now we have succeeded. And diplomatic talks has failed over the years. Iran was still trying to have a nuclear weapon, and that threatens, as Sir Charles said, Gerald said, that this is a threat to everyone who believes in freedom and peace. And so you got to think about the innocent people that are there in Iran. I was just at CPAC with Matt Schlapp and Mercedes Schlapp in Dallas, Texas, and Crown Prince Reza was one of the guest speakers, along with myself. And the fact that there were so many Iranians that was there with the Iranian flags. I've never seen that many Iranian flags in America at the same time. But it was a little different because Iran naturally previously has been an enemy to America. So you don't see many Iranian flags, but to see all those thousands of Iranians there with their flags shouting and praising President Trump for what he has done to help bring the evil regime to their knees, because their families are still there. Their mothers, their fathers, their uncles and aunts are all still there, and they are grateful for what President Trump has done. So that's the real story that we need to be focusing on. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants to bring innocent lives to an end. But the reality is Iran regime has been the threat to Western society. So we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with that evil regime that has held its own people to gunpoint to do their will.
Pastor Burns, I must just challenge you there. Yes, the intention was to eliminate Iran's nuclear capability. I don't think you can sit there with any greater confidence than I can in suggesting that that has not been achieved. And I, having supported originally what President Trump was trying to do, I'm alarmed that he does not appear to have a very clear mission objective or a series of mission objectives. They seem to change. He is declaring victory when no such victory has been secured. And with the situation as we sit here today, you in South Carolina, me here in the United Kingdom, the situation we both face, and Tom there and his team in the Gulf, is that this tiger, Iran, has been wounded, but it has not been eliminated. And a wounded animal is a dangerous one. They will, in my view, now work hell for leather to try to build that nuclear capability, because nobody attacks a country with a nuclear capability. And Iran will now do that because the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, remains in place, albeit that the personnel have changed as a result of the successful personal attacks on leaders of that organization. But they remain in place, the regime remains in place, and they have been fortified in their attempt to disrupt the West. And look, without firing a shot, in a sense, just by keeping all those oil tankers in the Gulf, something like 2,000 tankers in the Gulf, the whole of the West is in danger of being paralyzed by virtue of the lack of oil. And we face a situation here in the United Kingdom as we speak, where Russian ships have been exploring our underwater cabling. You don't need to fire a shot; just cut all those cables, and you sever our ability to conduct business. And you fail to conduct business, and you paralyze an economy. We are living in very, very dangerous times, and I worry that the President of the United States may not be willing to see through a mission that he started. I also worry as to the military advice he has been receiving. Was this a well-planned operation at the outset? Did the military understand all the risks? What is the objective? Is it regime change or is it not? And if it is not regime change, what is the objective? Because so long as that evil regime remains in place, not only will they seek to develop that nuclear weapon, which has eluded them so far, but also the people of Iran will be face the tyranny that they've had to put up with for the last, as you rightly say, the last 60 years or so.
Pastor Burns, do respond to that. And then I also just want to ask you on top of that, because you've been quoted as saying that America doesn't need NATO, NATO needs America. And there are these threats being made by President Trump to pull out of NATO. I'd like to ask you about that, but by all means, do first respond to what Sir Gerald said.
Well, you know, what Sir Gerald said, I'm a little baffled because, again, a man of his stature and his experience to know that the United States of America under President Trump has essentially wiped out Iranians' ability to wage war with their military. Their Air Force is gone. Their Navy has been completely destroyed. We have taken out several of their high leaders, and now we're even told through the latest intelligence reports that their latest supreme leader is wounded, incapacitated, unable to actually do his job because he's been severely wounded. And President Trump will continue with the full might of the military, United States military, to target those evil regime leaders. Again, this is all about, number one, protecting the West and protecting and removing the threat of nuclear weapon in Iran, and number two, protecting the innocent people. 40 to 45,000 Iranians was killed in the latest protest by their regime. And so the innocent blood has already been spilt. The threat's already there. And we've already discovered that through previous negotiations and previous diplomatic actions that doesn't stop Iran. Okay. Our reports are very clear that we have the fact that Iran is coming to the table, not because they're coming in victory, they're coming under the pressure that President Trump has placed on Iran. They don't want there to be bombed anymore.
Okay,
and so now they're coming back to the table.
All right, I just want to pick you up on those comments on NATO. What have you got to say? I mean, why do you think it would be perhaps a good thing if the United States walked away from NATO? Pastor Burns?
Well, I mean, just historically, just look at NATO. NATO, President Trump and the United States government, more so the United States government previously and historically, has footed the majority of the bill of NATO. If we're allies, then everyone should fit their own bill. Everyone should equally participate. But previously and historically, this has been a bill of the American taxpayers, and NATO, as even now, refused to assist the United States of America in opening the strait. When in reality, America's not going to suffer because of the oil. We are a strong oil economy here in America, thanks to President Trump. This is more so defending our friends like the UK, who will suffer, who is suffering, and others who are suffering because of the Strait of Hormuz not being opened up. And so this is President Trump leading. NATO has not done what it should have done, and that is to immediately come and support the United States of America. And so that's the purpose of NATO. But many people in America feel like that NATO is useless. And today, in this current situation, is a prime example. So America don't need NATO to do what we need to do. NATO needs America.
All right. So, Gerald, I must let you respond to that, because as a former British defence minister, I wonder how comments like that sit with you.
Well, I'm afraid, Pastor Burns, all you're doing is sending a wonderful message to President Putin to encourage him to engage in further expropriation of other people's lands, because it is NATO which has kept the peace in Europe since 1945. And yes, you're absolutely right. The United States taxpayer has borne quite a proportion of the cost of NATO, but it's not the only one. It has been shared with others. In recent years, of course, there's been a demand from the public for a peace dividend, i.e. to spend less on defense as there was no perceived threat. There is now, of course, a very real threat. We're seeing it enacted on a daily basis in Ukraine. And President Putin, who seems very friendly, President Trump seems dismayingly friendly with President Putin, who is an equally evil man to those sitting and running Iran. And all that you are doing by questioning the future of NATO is to give encouragement to Putin. He made it clear in his speech in July 2021, some 9 months before he invaded the full body of Ukraine, having already annexed Crimea. He made it clear then that he intended to rebuild the Soviet Union, an objective which is shared by many Russian people, because they feel the resentment that Russia is no longer the great country that it used to be. And it certainly is. It ranks about 22nd in terms of economic strength. So what the president is doing is extremely dangerous. And you can't just tell your allies what to do. Come and do this, come and do that. The president is not the president of the United Kingdom or the president of France. He's president of the United States. And when you're in an alliance, you consult your allies. He did not consult his allies when it came to the withdrawal from Afghanistan. He did not consult with his allies before the invasion of of Iran, and to tell us we've now got to come to his aid over Hormuz. I happen to think that we should. I think that it is in our interests to reopen that international shipping route. It is in our interest. It is in the wider interest of the free world that the safe navigation of international shipping waters is secured. And if Iran is allowed to get away with charging or holding to ransom people seeking to go about their ordinary business through the Straits of Hormuz, the precedent that will set the rest of the world is frightening.
All right, let's let Pastor Burns respond to some of that, because you made a lot of important points there, not least that comments like the ones he was making, echoing the United States president on NATO being a gift to President Putin, who you say is an evil man. But you do think that, the rest of NATO should have stepped up to the plate and helped out, but they should have been consulted. How do you respond to all of that, Pastor Burns?
Well, I 100% agree with my counterpart that Putin is an evil man. I've been to Ukraine 3 times. I'm heading back to Ukraine, and I'm 100% in agreement that Putin's goal is to take all of Ukraine, take Moldova, take the rest of Georgia, go to Poland, and then the Baltic states. I believe without a shadow of a doubt, based off of U.S. intelligence here, that he desires to reestablish the USSR, as Sir Gerald has already stated. But that's my point. NATO, even though Ukraine is not a member of NATO, Russia has completely imposed itself in Europe. One of the reasons why NATO exists, but yet NATO has done little to nothing to prevent that from happening. It's going to be the might of the United States military. President Trump is not friends with Putin, and I don't care what reports you may try to read. I know President Trump very personally. I speak to President Trump on a personal basis. The man is not a fan of Putin. He respects the might of Russia, but he is not personal friends with Vladimir Putin. President Trump is one of the wisest presidents we've ever had, and he's very cunning and smart. And having said that, he knows exactly how to maneuver around snakes like Vladimir Putin. But the reality of it is NATO, and that's what's at question, has done very little to prevent Russia from invading Ukraine, and they should. There should be so many NATO forces right now defending the sovereignty of Ukraine, and that's not happening. And so President Trump, which is not our war, it's not our war. Okay. Let me finish the statement. This was not President Trump's war, but yet everything seems to be hinged upon the United States of America. What's the purpose of NATO? That's what the American taxpayer is saying here in America. If everything is hinged upon the United States of America, we don't need NATO. NATO needs America.
All right, so Gerald, how do you respond to that?
Well, for goodness sake, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. Had Ukraine been a member, Article 5 would have been implemented under the Budapest Memorandum signed by President Clinton on behalf of the United States, by Sir John Major on behalf of the United Kingdom, and by Boris Yeltsin on behalf of Russia. It was agreed that the existing borders, the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine was to be respected. Forgive me, but America's not the only player in supporting Ukraine. We've been training Ukrainian troops since 2016, long before the full invasion took place. We supplied NLAW, anti-tank weapons, which unquestionably prevented the siege of Kyiv from succeeding. We have been doing a tremendous amount. And the fact is that today, the European members of NATO are contributing more in financial terms to the support of Ukraine than the United States.
Thanks to President Trump. Yes, absolutely. About time.
and I have friends in the Republican Party, and John Bolton is a good friend of mine, former national security advisor to President Trump. And
he's not a good friend to President Trump.
It's alarm. Well, perhaps President Trump might reinstate his security, which he removed within hours of becoming president. He took
for good reason.
But my point is, why on earth did the Republicans not support the Biden $66 billion package, which might have helped to bring this war in Ukraine to an end? And it is in the interest of the United States to be involved in this, because if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, do not imagine he is going to stop there. He will then go for he will test NATO. He will test NATO's resolve. He's already put drones into Poland. He's menacing the Baltic states. And furthermore, Pastor Burns, what he will also do by this equivocation about NATO, what President Trump wants to do is to embolden other tyrants around the world who will conclude that Western resolve is failing. We are, to a certain extent, all in this together, and I'm critical of our government's response to what is happening in Iran, but we are all in this together, and we do have to consult and discuss and not use the language of instant social truth and TikTok and all that sort of nonsense. We have to be grown up about this, and I'm afraid, it grieves me to say this, the president of your country has behaved in a rather puerile fashion and not fitting for the leader of the free world.
Okay, Pastor, I've got to let you respond to that. Your president, who you know well, you have a personal bond with, does not behave in a manner befitting of the office that he occupies. How would you respond?
President Trump behaves in the matter of the millions upon millions of Americans that voted him in for the third time. He's doing exactly what he ran on, and the American people who voted and won overwhelmingly, he's doing exactly what he is said for
I'm not
America.
talking about that.
This is
America
first. This is an American first agenda, and I agree with you, and which has been my message to Republicans and Democrats. Having since I've had to open up and say I was lied to or I was wrong concerning the Ukraine war, that I've been at that point one of the voices and the leaders of supporting Ukraine. That supporting Ukraine is an America First agenda. And if we don't stop Vladimir Putin in Ukraine, then yes, he's going to take all of Ukraine and then Poland and then the Baltic states, Article 5. And then at that point, we're not just sending money and weapons, we're committing more American troops.
All right.
But to suggest that Western resolve is a weakening, I mean, ask that to Venezuela. Ask that to Iran, who is now begging to come to the table because President Trump has forced them to the table. And that protects you, the United Kingdom. That protects all of us who knows that Ukraine, who is the sponsor of terror for the last 47 years, we're bringing them to their knees. This is the purpose of the war.
All right, I just want to wrap up on the note that we began on, talking about spiritual matters. And it does look and sound a little bit like President Trump may be sort of having some moments of self-reflection, because he said this in the last couple of days. With regards to whether or not he thinks he'll go to heaven, he said, "I really think I probably should make it. I mean, I'm not a perfect candidate, but I did a hell of a lot of good for perfect people, that's for sure." Pastor Burns, is President Trump becoming a little bit more reflective on life, would you say, as he approaches the age of 80?
Well, let me just say this, that comment that he made, of course, the president knows exactly how to get to heaven. I mean, that is the belief and the acceptance of our Lord, Savior, Jesus Christ. And the president has done that. He's done it 20 plus years ago with Pastor Paula White, and then he rededicated himself. One of the pastors that held his hand as he rededicated himself to the Lord Jesus Christ. But the reality of it is when you was almost killed twice, I mean, here millimeters with the bullet actually hitting the president. He was actually wounded and shot by a bullet. And only by the hand of God, as I said to the president, protected him for such a time as this, to be the leader of the free world, to bring peace through strength. As I said to the president, we as America, prior to President Trump, have been walking in the world as a mouse, when in reality we're an elephant. And it is the strength that brings people to the table. It is the strength that creates peaceful environments. It is weakness that invites war and empowers people like Iran, powers people like Vladimir Putin to do the things that they're doing on other people. And so that's the purpose. But yes, he hears from the voice of God. He reaches for the voice of God. He believes in the Lord Jesus Christ. He is a saved man, but he is not the pastor of the United States of America. He's the president of the United States States of America. He's not America's moral authority. He's a man like all of us who seeks the living God and worship the Creator instead of the creation.
I'm so sorry to say this. We've completely run out of time. Really appreciate you both taking the time to speak to us, though. Pastor Mark Burns, who joins us from South Carolina, Sir Gerald Howarth, who joined us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. A very big thank you to you both.
God bless.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, yesterday there was hope that a deal with Iran could be reached as President Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire and called Tehran's 10-point peace plan workable. But the optimism was short-lived. A warning from the president has added fresh strain to an already fragile ceasefire in the Middle East. Well, in a social media posting, he stressed that US forces would remain in the region while negotiations with Iran continue, and he warned that fighting could escalate sharply if the peace process collapses. Well, we're joined now by Congressman Bob McEwen, who's a former Republican congressman for Ohio and former head of the US delegation to the European Parliament. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Congressman McEwen. There are fears at the moment that the ceasefire could unravel even before the negotiations take place during the next few days. I mean, just how fragile do you think the ceasefire is looking right now?
Well, I think that people that understand the region are not overly optimistic that Iran is going to keep its word on anything. You know, the reason we appreciate democracy is because we believe that power comes from the people, that they can change their leaders. Tyrants don't feel that way. And when Saddam Hussein survived in 1991, even though his army had been completely obliterated and seemingly his country had been overthrown, because he was still in power, he considered it a victory and celebrated. I think as long as those tyrants are ruling from Tehran, that they will do anything that is in their best interest. They will not keep their word, and they will always be a threat to the region. And so that's why the change has to come from the people themselves in Iran. And we understand the complications of that because they do not have arms. And of course, they wiped out 30 to 50,000 of them just by shot them dead just a month ago. So we're at a thrust where I do not believe, and I think most people agree, that these folks are not going to go away quietly.
But it seems it's not just the Iranians who are a bit confused at the moment. Also, the Pakistanis who helped negotiate the ceasefire. They're confused as to why Lebanon is not covered by the ceasefire deal. And Pakistan, who brokered it, said that they were supposed to be covered. So where do you think the fault lies here?
Well, I think, Tom, really, in negotiations, just like in arguments with on a school ground, but you said this and I said that. And the truth of the matter is that nobody ever expected that the United States could negotiate on behalf of Israel and Lebanon. And it does show, however, that even though the Iranians have always pledged that they didn't control Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, the fact is they're coming to the defense of Hezbollah, who is now on its final legs because Israel is going after it. The United States and Iran are on another track. And but now Iran is concerned because they see that they're surrogates. They've always hidden in the bushes and said, we haven't attacked anyone. And yet they continually created chaos. And that's why you see the Gulf states are so united in this effort with America in order to put these threats, I repeat, the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas, to put them to bed so that we can have peace and stability and growth in the years ahead.
How much of a setback do you think it would be politically for President Trump and indeed for the United States if the war does resume and the peace efforts collapse?
Oh, I have not met anyone that thinks that this temporary lull is the end of the fight. No, everyone is repositioning. The United States is resupplying, and the analysis is one more option is given to the folks, the IRGC primarily, whoever's in control in Iran at the moment. But no, this is not the end. This is merely a lull, and I don't think anyone expects differently.
But I mean, the US public hasn't really been behind this conflict. It seems to be an unpopular conflict in the United States. I'm just wondering whether you're seeing that change? Is it getting more unpopular? And if that's the case, doesn't that suggest there's more pressure on the US to draw it to a conclusion?
Well, the president is not going to stop halfway. And there isn't that much opposition in America. The fact is, we've entered a new era. And the United States of America is the first time in the history of mankind that a nation became the premier nation on earth, but didn't seek it and didn't ask for a prior to that, the British or the Spanish or the Greeks or the Romans, they knew what they had to do to get there and what they had to do to stay there. America had it thrust upon it after World War II, and it's maintained these burdens. This 4% of the population of the world called Americans. They have maintained this keeping the South China Sea, where 60 to 70% of all maritime traffic goes. The Straits of Hormuz has been guaranteed and protected as an open waterway by the Americans. And we're now 3 generations from World War II, and the Americans are saying, enough. Why doesn't somebody else help? I mean, as you saw, the Europeans wouldn't even let us fly over their country in order to defend, to capture, to get our pilots that were down. So this idea, and so the French brought 20 countries together to say maybe they should protect the Straits of Hormuz. And let me just tell you this, in America, they will rejoice at that we have never thought, never desired to rule the world or run the world. And this burden, as long as we worked cooperatively, we were willing to carry the burden greater than the rest. But since the fall of the wall, particularly in Western Europe, they began to see, well, let's just let America do all of it. Our good friends, the Canadians, who landed at D-Day in Normandy, and they had the 4th largest army in NATO when the wall came down. Now they've atrophied to the point that 20% of the military pilots in the Canadian Air Force are in their demonstration team. And so everybody has just relied more and more upon America to fix this, whether it be in the Balkans or whether it be wherever. And the idea that the United States, that the situation would be such that we wouldn't have to carry that burden again in the future will be warmly received. In the meantime, we're going to do it responsibly, but I don't see any pulling out immediately. We're going to finish this correctly.
So it doesn't sound like you think that, there is a huge amount of reason to be optimistic that something long-lasting will be carved out in the next few days and weeks at these talks being brokered by Pakistan. Am I detecting a bit of cynicism, a bit of pessimism on your part?
I really think that's the case. These people are not defeated. They're just hanging around, and I think the United States has developed this unbelievable relationship. Tom, I think that if we were to discuss this a year ago, the idea that the Gulf states would be so united and working together with America, with Israel, with everyone together against putting a stop to the tyranny and the constant threat and upheaval that coming from Iran, we would have been startled by that. But we've seen it. And now that we're here, now it's a time to bring hope and opportunity for that great nation of Iran that for 3,500 years has just been a powerhouse. It has so much to offer. It's been under this horrible tyranny for 45 years. And I think that it's going to be resolved as cooperatively with Saudis, with the rest. And I'm very, very optimistic about the long term. But in the short run, I think that I don't see peace and prosperity as long as these radical mullahs are still in control in Tehran. I think the people of Iran are ready to see them go. I think the Gulf states are willing to see them go, and the world will be much improved when they are gone.
But they are still in place, and there don't seem to be too many signs of opposition. I mean, clearly people are frightened to take to the streets knowing what the consequences might be there. But do you think perhaps Iran has turned out to be a tougher adversary than perhaps was expected a month or so ago?
No, I really don't. No, I think we knew that this was going to be very serious. And it's important to recognize the right to bear arms. In America, it is so important. And when you see what happened in Ukraine, where everyone thought that powerful Russian army with all of its tanks and all of its armored personnel carriers that it was just going to roll over the Ukrainians, and it would have if you balance the material. But it was the Ukrainian people with their individual arms that said, "You're not coming through our town. I don't care when you're finished shelling, there comes a time you got to put one foot in front of the other. We're going to be ready for you." And that's where tyrants always know, if you can disarm the electorate, if you can disarm the people, then they can be cowed. And that's what we see, the overwhelming support that America has among the people of Iran. But the reason that the president of the United States and others have said that they should stay in their houses is because they do not have anything to defend themselves. And when they come out into the streets, those snipers just sit there and pick them off and shoot them right between the eyes, as President Trump made a reference to. And that's going to be complicated as to how they take control. But as for the difficulty of it, I don't think anybody was naive to think this would be easy. And otherwise, they wouldn't have waited nearly half a century to do it.
I think I know the answer to this question, but who do you think goes into the talks on Saturday in Islamabad looking more eager to strike a deal?
Well, the United States hates war, and they hate constantly, as they say, the Balkans and all the rest. Everybody said, why doesn't America do something? For 4 years, they sat around Ukraine and Russia, all 27 foreign ministries, the UAE foreign ministers, never one picked up a phone to talk to Putin. They always wait for the Americans to go do something. And so now that Trump is engaged in trying to end the war in Ukraine and Russia, and now the same thing here, we would like for it to end. But this is a kind of a president that isn't going to do it halfway. I don't think the folks in Tehran, the IRGC, are riding a tiger. They know that if they step off, they're going to get eaten. And so they're going to do everything possible to survive. And I think that our allies, our friends in the region understand that. We have a president that understands it. And I think that, quite frankly, though, I think we're rounding third, heading for home. We're on the final stretch. But as for who wants it the most, America would like it the most, but it's not going to sacrifice freedom for peace.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Congressman Bob McEwen, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
Gorée is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as the city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
If you want a different tourist experience, take the city tourist bus. These, especially Medina and Mecca, give me a nice price. What do you think? Pretty.
Honestly, the spice smell on the liver is wonderful.
Welcome from Yathrib.
To the land of the companions, city of migration, Medina al-Manawara. Nostalgia brought me, and now I am guest of its kind people. In the mosque of the messenger, there is peace of mind. This mosque equals 1,000 prayers. People here come to pray, worship, do night prayers in the prophetic mosque in Medina. Al-Baqi Cemetery, where 10,000 companions are buried, mothers of the believers. The Prophet visited it regularly and prayed for its people with mercy and forgiveness.
One of the most important customs after women and children finish Umrah and pray. In the prophetic mosque, they must wear their finest clothes. Clothes must be embroidered like these abayas. Everything brand new. They walk in the squares and distribute sweets or take gifts for their family. Give me a really nice price. These especially Medina and Mecca. If you want a different tourist experience, all you have is the Medina tourist bus, like London and Dubai tourist buses. Open top. Takes you through more than 12 areas. As for the information it provides, it is in 16 languages from around the world. Most sites, as you see, most are Islamic, related to history, the biography of the Prophet and battles, and besides that there are various tourist areas. The bus moves every half hour, meaning when you arrive at any site, the bus stops 5 minutes. If you want to get off at the site and learn more about it, we'll pass again after half an hour. Happy tour. Don't forget to check the map.
Do you know a halam? The nice things I loved in Medina. Every place we went had a nice touch of development.
I really like that this impression reached you. Voila. Now, in Saudi Arabia, there is a very important project called Quality of Life. Its goal is that every neighborhood has a complete cultural and social community. For every family, walking paths for sports, cultural touch, especially since most of these places are historical. We are now in the middle of Al Ainia Market. Imagine they restored a complete art promenade every Friday, for example. They gather in this square, talking about their hobbies.
I heard the story from 2 friends before coming, but no exaggeration. When I came, I felt the same feeling. As we walk from place to place, I feel comfortable, and it steals my heart.
This liver is the breakfast of the hardworking, found everywhere in Saudi Arabia. Not only in Medina, this is authentic.
I joined them. I was there, smelled the spices, onion and tomato. We put everything on it.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Honolulu, a journey that'll give you history, food trips, and adventure. But more than anything, Honolulu offers you nature at its best. One of the most famous is Waikiki, the beachfront neighborhood of Honolulu and the most touristy area in town. Occupying a long stretch of the coast on the south shore of Honolulu, Waikiki's got a strip of high-rise hotels and resorts lining the beach. Other famous spots on the historical side include the Lolani Palace, a historical landmark in downtown Honolulu, originally built in 1879. Pearl Harbor is also considered a memorial attraction in Honolulu. Meanwhile, the local Hawaiian cuisine is certainly a thing to try. Then there's the Honolulu's Chinatown for fresh produce. The busy market section of Honolulu smells of fresh fruits and veggies and meat and fish. Here you can buy produce at great prices. And finally, here are Honolulu's well-known nature trips. The Hanayuma Bay is one of the most famous places on the entire island for snorkeling. It's a nature reserve and marine sanctuary. Hiking is one of the best things to do in Honolulu. There are quite a few good hikes right in the Honolulu area. Some of them a bit outside of the city limits, but others are just right in the city. Take your pick. Then, of course, there's the Diamond Head, which is the iconic former volcano that's an emblem of travelers visiting Honolulu. People often like to take photos with it as a backdrop, but the view is in fact so much better when you're on top of it. Then, there's the Manoa Falls that offers a lush green jungle hike. It's a good way to appreciate the greenery and plants and trees of Hawaii. The north shore of Oahu is also great for surfing, or try the bodyboard, stand-up paddleboard, and other ocean activities. And then there's the Honolulu Zoo that's home to 905 different animals. Along with the diversity of different animals at the Honolulu Zoo, also neatly designed with many different lush tropical gardens. And finally, the Waikiki Aquarium is a good place to learn about the marine life of Hawaii. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعا كاملا في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered, a new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the PA African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria. About 60 kilometers from Mogadishu, the town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Hiorajau, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Muscat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures, so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures, to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day...
Illegal, taxes, smuggling, kidnapping, and extortion, money laundering, and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans. Sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 26, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the PIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
لكن قبل تنفيذ ذلك قررت الهروب.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Sobe Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings, and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times, and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Aden Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year, Mogadishu Port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing, and now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdenoor Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia, to create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency, bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms a first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
the most prosperous era in Somalia's history. But when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. That gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay Makul and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kuryoli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire.
Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I've been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He's an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
هنا أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons. the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures, alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yaid Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.